talking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave, I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never like those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line I'm in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
You go, there's no way. I'm already still burning. So hold me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing. You're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, 'cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice. So heavy, the way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall. I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing. You're my lucky strike. Yeah. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, told you bring in the bandit. So getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, knows D4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's throwing it. What? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis 1v4. Mix it to 1v3. is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But Lycolis, he gets another kill on a Bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Yeah. Hello and welcome here to the Rainbow Six Siege Operation League once again. We're at Playday number 10. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Lan, the man. How you doing, good sir?
I'm ecstatic to be here. We're almost done with the league. Of course, man. We are coming to the final few days of the league. It is a 3-day weekend for us here at Operation League. Last week we started off our second half of the split, and now that we are in our final 2 weeks, Black and Blue, I am excited to see how we're going to kick this off with our first 3-day weekend, and then next week is already the grand finals on Sunday.
Yes. Well, let me correct myself. It's not Playday 10, Playday 9. I think I'm a few days ahead, if I'm not mistaken. We got some opening matches up here, Land, and of course, before we go on to that, we gotta thank our very good friends and sponsors, Kingston Fury. With Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. Guys, you're watching, obviously, the Operation League here, and we've got some goodies for you all, don't we, Lan?
Oh, absolutely. We have so many giveaways for you. We've got some action-packed games here tonight, and the entire lineup of matches actually has me excited. Some of them a little bit more than others, I have to say, but generally, when we're looking at some of these games, I mean, so far every week and every day has been so exciting, Black and Blue, and it's always a pleasure to cast with you, my friend.
Of course. Well, there have been some teams that definitely have separated themselves from the pack. Unfortunately for some, in not so favorable ways compared to the other. But you guys, of course, you know that while there are going to be some teams winning here today and teams that want to win the championship, you guys can win as well, because we've got a very, very, I think, spoofy giveaway for you guys. Is that still happening? Are we still doing that? I think we are.
Yeah, we're doing that. I think the slides for that will come soon after. But of course, today is, how do I say this? It is a very big day for a lot of teams, and we'll see soon on the ladder and of course the upcoming matches that a lot of these games that are unrolling today have high stakes for a couple of the matches. For some, it's really just a learning experience for, like, for example, Astrape, who have just essentially not had a great time this in their first appearance in Operation League. Hopefully not their last, of course, but it has been rough for some teams like Dire Wolves, and if anything, a great showing for teams like Gladiators.
Yeah, it's hasn't really been the most, I guess, perfect run for some of the teams that we were kind of expecting to be near the top, or at least at the top, like, as you said, Dire Wolves, although they're not too bad, they're not too shabby right now. I believe that they should be placed around 4th in our total leaderboard for this entire thing. Yeah, they're at 4th, tied up with Fury for that 3rd at 15 points apiece. Obviously, we have Gaming Gladiators. We're going to look at, you know, some of those teams later on when we move on to those graphics, and as we're waiting for things to continue, there are some teams that, as you talked about, like Astrape, who have certainly gone astray from what I think their projection was for this tournament and how they thought they would go. We thought they would do better. I'm sure they thought they would do better. But right now, let's go on to the opening games of the day. Speaking of the devil, he's going to show Astrape versus Fury to start off the day, Lan.
Yeah, and soon after that, we've got Elevate versus Gladiators, a match I really want to see, and then Northern Forces versus Dire Wolves. A game that, honestly, So far, Northern Forces have kind of disappointed me in the last few weeks, but started off really strong. And then to tie off the night, we've got Champion versus Obsession, and that's a game where honestly, it's anyone's opportunity to take away for a win. I think Obsession will take that away, but Champions still do have an opportunity to, leave tonight with a win.
For sure. Yeah, as you said, Northern Forces versus Direwolves right before that, and Elevate versus Gaming Gladiators. That second one, I think, is going to be a banger. Two of the top teams that we've had here in this leaderboard really going at it. The top two teams, actually, in terms of their standings, with 19 and 17 apiece. The former getting that 19. Now, we've talked about, the match schedule here as of the moment, and we definitely know that we're going to get a bunch of bangers here for the day. Last time around, LAN, we had some pretty quick matches that we saw, but I don't think that's going to be necessarily too true for today, especially when we're looking at this opening head-to-head between Astrape and Fury. Actually, let me scratch that. This one is probably going to be the more one-sided affair, but we're hoping to be proven wrong, I bet, from Astrape. They're still looking for that elusive first win in this entire tournament, and hopefully for their sake that this could be it.
I don't know, man. I really doubt it. I do not think Astrape will take away a win here over Fury. Fury are just so much more experienced, but Astrape, I think, could win a few rounds, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, They at least maybe get like, I don't know, 4-5 rounds versus Fury, but it's far-fetched to say the least.
Like, I don't want to put any one team down. I think all teams deserve credit where credit is due, and also the opportunity to show that they have the potential to win. But Astrape have had a really rough time. This is only comparable to the performance of Shanghai Dragons back in the first few days of the Overwatch League, where Shanghai Dragons just went 0 to like 12, and it's getting close to that, unfortunately. Yeah. But of course, we have our teams here, Bolivian with a 28 to 69, and as you can see from the rest of these KDs as well, a lot of it really comes down to just losing gunfights. Young Alpha has probably has one of the more even KD ratios here, but it's honestly not. It's still negative, and it's a little bit more bearable to look at, but everyone kind of really struggles so far. But maybe with two Finka mains, that might be a reason why. It also might be an easy way for them to flex.
You put up an interesting point that they don't win those gunfights, but I think what's more interesting about that, LAN, is not necessarily that they don't win them because they are lacking mechanically. I think a lot of times they're putting themselves in bad situations when I've seen their matches that they really shouldn't be. And while they're there mechanically and gifted enough to do that, it doesn't seem like there has been the coordination as of late that we would want to expect from a team here playing the Operation League. So hopefully for Astrape, they've sorted out those kinks, and every step has to start with a small one. The next team we're looking up against, well, they're up against really a big bulldozer that they're going to have to topple over. The Fury squad that has been really laying to waste most of the teams here in the Operation League. Hell hath no fury like this team scorned. You got Lycalis, Hajime, Spacehead, BG Man, and I9. And their last match that we saw from these guys, it was pretty good as well when we were witnessing them during the last play day. They had some pretty good performances in the past, and I'm looking for them to continue that, as we saw them really demolish Obsession and North Forces the last time around, Northern Forces. Let's see if they can continue that streak here today to get a third in a row. Actually make that the fourth. They beat Direwolves as well right before that.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a really it's been getting better for Fury, and they've overall had really strong performances. We saw what they did on Villa, 2 weeks ago, and it was obviously very scary. It was very confident. They've had a really good time. I only expect them to be able to perform as well and as boldly as they did there today. But we all know who these players are. Spacehead, a little new to me, unless he's gone through a name change, and BG Man. But Hajime, Lycalis, and I9, formerly Napew, have been in the scene for some of the longest time. And of course, very famous players from over in Thailand who have a very vivid and very lively Rainbow Six community. Of course, today we are going to Skyscraper for our map.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. It's a map that doesn't get picked very often.
Yeah.
Let's face it. We barely see Skyscraper in these tournaments. Or at least in this league, for example. But in saying that, You know what? Give me a second. I need to double check how many times this map has actually been picked, because it
might have only been once or twice. What I can tell you for sure though, Lan, is Astrape have never played Skyscraper during this entire tournament, and that remains true as well for Fury. So both of these teams, we have yet to see them play on that. Actually, no, you're mistaken. They did play. Yes, I guess Elevate. Fury, that was the one game that we've seen this entire tournament on Skyscraper. So at the very least, Astrape, they have that kind of VOD in history to look back to.
Yeah, they can actually take something away from this. Oh, we almost saw the Taiwanese casters' predictions there, but here are ours. We have a pretty even score line or prediction line here for Fury to take it away.
I don't know, it seems pretty one-sided to me.
Well, I'm just saying it's confidence. You know, like we've looked at the stats and we're saying, you know what, it's going to be leaning this way.
Yeah.
Moving on to the days, of course, we've got all our different matchups. You and I, we're pretty much on the same boat, except you think Champion's gonna take this away, and here I think, you know, Obsession's gonna win. So we'll see who actually really has the better call. Despite me having slightly more win, like, you know, prediction percentage. I think that's negligible at this level. But
I mean, to be fair, I jumped up like almost 10 points within a day. But also as well, while maybe Champion don't have the best scoreline, I am in line with Mr. Infinite Ewok, and he has been an absolute Nostradamus.
Okay,
at predicting
you
stuff.
you can't hide behind Infinite stats forever. I'm saying, man.
I'm a ride off of that.
Okay, sure. But this is the second time we're only going to see Skyscraper in the season. Maybe we might see Skyscraper later on again. We're unsure. But Fury on Skyscraper? Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think it's possible. And if I'm not wrong,
yeah,
Astrape are taking away... One second. We don't have predictions for this match.
We do. Oh,
no, I mean like the stats for this round. Oh, unfortunate. I was reading the wrong thing. Unfortunate, but I think if Astrape start on defense, there is a possibility they can win a couple of rounds.
Well, if you really want to look back into things and how things have gone, we see here Fury, they did play Elevate, right, on Skyscraper, wherein a lot of their more successful rounds were on the defensive side. So, I mean, Skyscraper as a map here, statistically, if we look at the Operation League, it's been one of the more equal win rates, although it is a bit more skewed towards the defender side. And maybe not as much so as Villa, but still, it is quite a discrepancy that you do have, with the attackers only winning 41% of the rounds and the rest of the 58% go to the defense. So still large, not negligible, but not as big as maybe a Border or a Villa could have been. Otherwise, though, we've got a giveaway, as I said a while ago. While the teams here might be winning today, you guys can win as well. All you have to do is follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel and enter below the hashtag in Twitch chat, hashtag Fight for Glory. I'm pretty sure they're already doing that in the Twitch chat, but yeah, you guys can win some good credits in that OLCEA pin.
Yeah, absolutely. We're only receiving ours soon, so we don't even have them for ourselves. You guys definitely have a chance to join us in having some exclusive clout and exclusive merchandise that's not available anywhere else. So even if you don't need the R6 credits, definitely get into the chat, put in that hashtag, and we are doing this 4 times today. For every match, at the end of every match in chat, we will be drawing a winner at random. Make sure you are following the channel and that you put that hashtag in to be in the draw and to be in it to win it. So, moving on. Astrape, all prepared. Very serious, especially Young Alpha. Look how close he is to that monitor. You know he's a real gamer.
Yeah. All we need to see is if his keyboard is tilted as well. Then we can really confirm.
If his keyboard's not vertical, he's not a real gamer.
That's true. If you don't have a good gaming chair, that's fine. That's fine.
Fury is starting on attack.
Oh. Well, that's
so Astrape does have a chance.
Yeah, it's a silver lining that Astrape can take away from. We did see that, you know, Fury, they struggled on the attacking side against the Direwolves, rather against Elevate here on Skyscraper. And that's something that we said a while ago, you know, a Strape, they can really take away from that. If they can lock things down here in the defense, maybe get 4 to 5 rounds especially, that would be great. At least 4. That would be, I think, well set for them to continue into the second half. But we know that Fury, they're the team to beat right now in this matchup. It's a Strape who has to overperform, really, and get back up to the standards of the rest of the Operation League quality games. And I'm hoping for a Strape once again that they can prove us wrong here. We all predicted Fury to win, but you know, we'd like to see something more finally come from a Strape.
Yeah, Strape definitely have had quite a few weeks of and many opportunities to learn, and we've seen some incremental changes and developments. Bolivian has come a long way. Oh, and you know what? I9's not wearing necklaces today.
Oh.
I comment every week about how good I9 looks, and he still looks great. But you know what? He's not as iced out. Maybe he's gone to go get his drip.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's got...
Perhaps.
Okay, no, he came back. He's got nothing in his hands. Okay. So, look. This means he's serious. I don't know what is pushing him to be this serious into a match where he's going against the bottom seed. But everyone else following suit seems as invested into this round. Also, hi into I9's friend. I don't know, but what's up?
Well, Mr. I9, it could be the source of his power, that bling, those necklaces that he's previously sported on here on the Operation League. But if they're not there, who knows, man? He might be underestimating the competition. Maybe he's thinking, I don't need that totem of power. It's a Strape. But we're going to find out for ourselves if that's going to ring on true. Remember, guys, these games are only best of one. So in best of ones, really any team can prevail. And that's a good thing for a team like a Strape, as those series, they do reward more consistent teams. But right now, Strape, their league run has, as we said, gone off the beaten path. Not the way that they wanted to. But let's see if Fury can at least stay on track, as we've seen them really pick up the pace in their past few matches. Had a more rough start in the tournament than as of late, where they finally won 3 games in a row. And potentially are going to take a 4th here versus this Strape squad.
Time and time again, we're always going to see Fury turn up, and you know what? The history of Fury as an organization has it's been a long time coming with their investment into the Australian Asia Pacific scene. They're also quite invested into Thai PUBG as well. A very different game, of course, but their presence in the overall esports scene is growing, and so to see them actually support a Rainbow Six team here for this league, amazing. I love it. And I know Joe has been putting a lot of time into this organization, and he's got a lot of other partners in there and a lot of other names that are quite invested in the brand. So I can only see them going on from here, and to see this performance from a roster of his choice, it's heartwarming for me, you know. Like, I just look at it and I'm like, you know what, he deserves this, and this organization, these players under this name deserve it, because Lycolas, Hajime, these guys have been they've been grinding in the Thai scene for so long, man. Like, you see them at every community tournament, you see them at every national tournament, and every Southeast Asian tournament. They're always turning up, and they're always feared. Hajime and Lycolas and, you know, Napew, they're just like, oh man, this team is rolling up again, and they're just like, oh, like, you know, like, I hope I'm not in their bracket. I hope, like, I wonder how far I'm gonna get. That's generally the consensus of what we get when we see these 2 players, or these 3 players, or even the other former members of that roster, like Red Sun and you know, Producer Boom, and all these other names as well. You know, like they all turn up, and it's just, they're legendary. Maybe one day we'll see the same for a Strape. You know, maybe one day Bolivian will turn up, and people will be like, oh man, this guy's been around for a while. You know, and who knows? Maybe he'll wow some people and have a big crowd of fans of his own.
Well, I'm sure there are people who already are fans of the man. He's got big shoes to fill here and lots to prove, and they've been doing that individually, but for a Strape, it's the cohesion as a team that has been what we've been searching for. It's been elusive for them, and so has a first game really win. Hasn't come their way just yet. Fortune not favoring them, but maybe they're going to try new things. Skyscraper, a map that, let's face it, while it's been in at least the game for quite a while, it hasn't been in the competitive rotation for a large window of that time. And that leaves this into at least having more possibility for real innovation and sometimes also unfamiliarity. And that means that Astrape, if they got something cheeky up their sleeve, they can really pull it out here, and those cards could be what turns the hand and what turns the table and the deck into their favor going into this match. But we've got now finally the opening bans and picks as Astrape start things off.
Is their opportunity to take the lead here, and they need to seize this by the reins, if anything. So hopefully some interesting bans like Ying, quite classic on a map like Skyscraper, where a lot of the rooms are quite confined and a lot of it is cut off, is a power pick. And to take that off the board means that they are trying to slow the pace down of this game and make sure that any attackers coming their way are staved off as much as possible, because they want this defense to go as smoothly as possible as they can, because, you know, like, this is their best opportunity to take a couple of rounds. Thatcher going off the board is, of course, no surprise.
Yeah. I think it's still really curious, the fact that they banned the Ying, especially knowing at how last time we saw Fury leave it open when they played Elevate here in Skyscraper, but the second follow-up ban on the defensive, rather the opening defensive ban, here going for that Kaid. Hatch is very important, and there's lots of cheeky spots even for the normal default walls here on this map, but Azami being taken off I think is a really good ban here coming in from Astrape when they go over to that attacking side. They know that Fury like to implement that into their comp, and that's going to be something that I think will help them push out in the end. I'm more surprised over the Ying ban, I think, over this Azami one, although considering they're starting on the defense, it doesn't seem like they want to employ Azami in the first place. We got Melusi, Vigil, Smoke, Mute, and Jaeger, double SAS to really keep Fury at bay on their attack. They got some projectile denial. I'm seeing here a comp that is going to be based around really slowing things down when they get on the site, but still having enough maneuverability to scatter themselves all throughout the map and be a nuisance to Fury at every turn.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Black and Blue. Fury are going to be struggling this time around with Melusi on the board, along with a lot of that area denial and a lot of that, how do I say this? Mitigation. Sorry.
Yes.
I was looking for the word for the longest time. A lot of mitigation and a lot of area intel and area denial. Fury are going to be inching their way in on site as slowly as you can imagine. Of course, depending on how you play it, Finka could be a great use on entry. But, you know, Smoke obviously is a hard counter to her because it increases damage if you are actually stimmed at the time you walk into the smoke. In saying that, though, Sen's coming in is an operator that we don't see very often, but Osa coming in does mean that they are trying to work with that slower pace in order to make something really work as they inch their way to the site. But that doesn't mean they can dilly-dally. That doesn't mean they can stave off and, you know, leave the clock to run the entire round. They need to still be on schedule and on time with and if anything timely with their attacks and push. And you see one attacker already around the corner here by the door, might just catch this one defender as he peeks the corner, and ooh, barely makes it out of that one.
Dangerous scenario. You can see them here holding up top on the second floor to start things off. Look at the fight here outside, peeking out. Phenomenal. Great pick on the I-9. That's the opening pick that they need. All they have to do right now is really hold things back. And to get that Osa gives them a lot less sustainability on the push. Damage being done here towards Pig is big, though. Like Hollis, he knows that they're right around the bend. A lot of these vertical sightlines, actually these footholds that they've placed, is going to make things a lot more difficult for Like Hollis to push this further moving on.
SpaceX going for some vertical here, uses the Gon 6 to take out the barbed wire, now pushing up, takes out the Banshee along with all the utility in the world, but Hajime takes out Hayabushi, making it a little bit easier. SpaceX doesn't land that kill, pulls out the nade, misses, whiffs it, and has to pull back down the stairs, but he hears the footsteps of one Melusi, takes out Phenomenal, and it's all down to him as he tries to push up. Bolivian and Young Alpha are the only ones left on the board, on the tables, and in the rooms. It's coming down to a 4-man to 2-man defense.
Huge potential here. It's Fury. They get that pick and leaves it all on the Bolivian. How things have crumbled when the Strape, they get the opening pick, but they get sandwiched within the site as Lycolis. He turns this over its head. Opening round goes still towards the Fury side, seemingly having that similar name with the sponsor buff, but they get that opening round when they really shouldn't have been. It's a great adjustment and the great real retaliation we've seen from Fury in that opener.
It's a bit rough, I'm not gonna lie. The first opening kill for the defense onto Fury was pretty nice, but as soon as Spacehead started making his way through, there was little reaction to that. A lot of members just failed to take him out, and they just won based on numbers. Like, the initial first few kills were so early that they were essentially free.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to really survive or, you know, live through this, they're like, Strape are just gonna have to survive and just keep themselves on board for as long as possible.
But that hasn't really been coming true, has it? Now, Strape, they get those kills, but as we talked, as I maybe have kind of mentioned, like, all they have to do is really hang back and let the fight come to them, but they did that in a way that it still let Fury take them down. With them all really cluttering above where the site is, really, it basically gave them not many anchor positions to play. You have like 3 real anchor positions within the sites shared already together that people can play in, and the rest of the 2, as soon as they kind of got found, everything crumbled from that. The opening picks just continued following in Fury's favor. Let's hope their second try around on the site is gonna be a bit more proficient than what we saw a while ago. No more Osa this time around. They've got the Yana once more. Bring things back, which we know Fury love to employ. And see now, we do have Hibana to get things done from a distance. Let's see if this is gonna work out.
You can hear the X-Kairos already go off, trying to get to work on that, and now the Gemini clone going through gets eliminated almost immediately. Barely any information being provided here. Hayabusa trying to hold it down for as long as he can, but I9's already relocated and he's going to push a different angle. Now that the rest of his team have coordinated, Spacehead now pushes up to reconvene with Hajime as they try to take the second floor all by themselves.
Well, Drone finds out where Hayabusa has fallen back into. Hajime, lots of information he's gathering here, but Hayabusa, he still gets that kill on the I9 who was searching for him from the get-go within that pantry. He takes him down, but we've seen the situation happen in the last round land where they bring it to a 5v4 in the favor of the defending Strape, but it still gets turned around. So let's see how Fury are able to respond to this.
They still have a minute left on that clock. They have a lot of time available. The EE1D gets popped and Spacehead secures a prompt kill onto Phenomenal. So that takes away your Melusi. The Banshee's already down, so there's not a lot of utility loss on that defense. But now that PigG and Bolivian and Young Alpha are all off the table, it leaves one man left standing, and he's off the board immediately. There is no way a Strape are able to hold this line of defense and survive. It is very painful to watch this, but it has to be done.
Yeah, this is going to be a big struggle for them. If those type of rounds are where they still get the opening pick, but it doesn't go their way, if those are not the rounds that they win, then what can they win? It's a big struggle for a Strape, unfortunately enough. Going with not too different of a comp, but I think they're going to try a different site this time. Are they committing to the second floor? Yes, they are. But on the opposite side of things, we do have the Bandit being pulled out now this time. For them to try and utilize this, I think, could be the change-up that they need, although we have seen that even though if the hard walls have been opened up, have been breached, I think there are bigger problems here that a Strape have to kind of figure out. More importantly, when they do get those opening picks, to convert them into a round, and they take these fights that sometimes they're kind of forced into, not because they want to, but they just get forced into because they back themselves into a corner without a second option to have many more ideas to play with. So for a Strape, yeah, not the best start so far, but they can still bounce back.
Yeah, maybe this defense might work out a little bit better for them. They are setting up quite interestingly. A lot of that wall is opened up. They have a lot of real estate to work with, but Fury have not had a problem breaking down these defenses and taking a lot of these gunfights. None of these encounters are so set up and so elaborate that we could say like, yep, this was a superior setup. They defended this well. They played around their environment very well, and they really knew how to manipulate a lot of the utility available to them. You can't say that. Fury are running in at them with LMGs and assault rifles, and they are just taking it by storm. There is little to no contest here.
Yeah, Fury, and I think that's part of the reason why Astray, they got rid of that Yang. They don't want to have to deal with it. They know that the rush here of Fury is one of the most deadly things about them. I mean, their name is Fury, so it's going to be something to take of note. I9, he's got the Gon 6, his only charge in it. I think, is he going to actually use it to try and open up a sightline here?
Ooh, could be cheeky. You know, the fact that Pig G is trying to play these vertical angles is already a good sign, you know? Like, it's not so linear this time. Like, Cole is trying to find a little bit more of an interesting position. There we go. And I believe that is the Gon 6 from below, actually taking advantage of that position. So now they're opening it up, and you're actually going to be able to create an opening and entry for them over on that second floor.
Yeah. Perfect use of that Gon 6 to get rid of the utility. No batteries abound. Lets him open up the wall potentially. Got that thermite here to get things going. Second charge placed. It will open successfully. Gives them a different avenue of attack on this site. Now Astray, they have to be careful not to get clogged in here. Not to get stuck within the sewages. And find an opening, an exit at least here for Hayabushi rather. Be able to lurk down below, clear it out because there was presence playing down here a while ago.
Oh no, not
He's
like
been
this,
found
Hayabushi.
though.
Not like this, Hayabushi.
Oh, unfortunate for him. They find the information and now. Things are going to be more difficult, but that also keeps Fury's heads on the swivel. They're going to have to look back around to make sure that Hayabushi isn't coming for them. As Phenomenal gets a pick, this could be the round that the Strape convert.
Ooh, Lycolis losing this duel. I don't know how, but he definitely did. Hayabushi and Young Alpha taking on headshots for themselves. And now, for some reason, Strape are in a 3-man advantage over a Fury that has just lost gunfights in very unfortunate circumstances. I do not know how this has happened, but somehow Strape are in a very convincing position. 10 seconds left on the board. It doesn't look like BG Man's going to take this one out. He will most likely fall here. And that was a flawless round from Strape. A huge position and a huge opportunity for them. A great victory on that particular round. Of course, it's only momentary. But Hayabushi and the rest of his team are in good spirits, and they're really enjoying this. They're reveling in the fact that they managed to get a flawless round over some of the most veteran players in the scene.
That's a pretty good round here for Strape, and I think it was a great lurk as well from Hayabushi. That's a good example of how really indirectly you can affect how the round goes. He doesn't get a pick, he doesn't even do damage. All he did was get himself spotted out. And that wasn't his intent. Obviously, he was looking for a kill here when he was lurking down below. But the fact that they spotted him with less than a minute left meant that Fury had to make sure that they kept checking their backs. They had to make sure that they knew no one was coming up from the stairs, that they weren't being flanked with a minute left on the clock. And that really stifled here the push from Fury. Once they found that information, you can see Fury, they kind of stepped on the brakes a bit. And that gave Strape the brevity to be able to adjust, reposition, and really win those fights. And so for Fury, as they lost that pick with less than a minute left with like what, 45 seconds left, that's when I said like this could be the round for Strape to convert, because this pick, it doesn't come early in the round where there's still time for Fury to adjust. No, they're gonna have to commit to this push very soon, and in that it was Strape in the favorable situation to convert the round.
And you know what, this is already more than what a lot of us expected. The fact that they landed a flawless round, I mean, it's condescending to say, but hey, that was very surprising, and I'm pretty impressed.
Definitely a good sign, potentially, of things to come for this team. And they've been looking for their good omens throughout this entire tournament. That was their first, at least, to get the Flawless versus Fury. We see a pretty similar comp come from them once more. The Aruni being the only real difference here. Let's see how those gates are going to be a challenge. They pull out the ace this time here on Fury's side, but they have the Hibana to accompany that, so lots of hard walls, reinforced walls that could be opened here. They could breach things up. This Ashe as well could be a problem when it comes to a lot of the utility being placed like this. A lot of those... Oh, okay. They get past that. The drone's able to escape, but like the Melusi, the Banshees here, those can be dealt with quite easily, especially with the amount of just explosive utility we have on the Fury side.
You know, one thing the defense for Strafe are not doing very well is landing and reacting to some of these kills, or, if in particular, you want to speak about particulars, the drones. But Iron9 now waiting by this wall, just waiting for the rest of the team to coordinate, might just put a breaching charge right through it and create a very aggressive push here as they try to storm the site. Hayabushi trying to bring in a little flank around, sees I9 get taken out by Young Alpha. DMR is coming in quite strong here with the headshot. Flashbang. Missing this time around, but Young Alpha, ooh, losing that duel along with Phenomenal and Bolivian. So a reverse result of what we saw last round. It does look like Fury might not land out with that flawless round in the end, but a very confident and very convincing round as they execute together as a team and leave with all the heads and all the trophies of that round.
Well, curious round here coming from them, but as we moving into round number 5, it's Fury who have once again extended their lead back up to 2. Last 2 rounds of this half, and as we said, Lan, we need a Strafe to really dominate on this first opening half rather. On this defensive side, it is the by far favored side here on Skyscraper, but Fury, they're taking those statistics and throwing it out the window. I like that Hibana skin he's got on, by the way.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
That's
they
a
can.
nice Hibana skin. Unfortunately, some of the cooler skins are not Pro League certified, with very good reason, of course. We have to always know who the operators are. But look at this reaction. Is very explosive entry coming in from the sledge, but unfortunately, Hajime just not surviving his dramatic entrance. Most likely to take a lot of damage. Oh, not a lot, but just a little bit of damage from the Saruya gates. So 25, and then beyond that, the SMG would have cleaned up quite quickly to land up with him on the floor, bleeding out, being finished off with a knife kill. Swapping over to Nook is a very interesting choice. Do they think they could go with a more niche, silent, you know, flank? Is that something that's on the board right now? Because so far, Fury have not necessarily been very subtle about their entrance or their playstyle. They have been very aggressive and very forward and in your face with their presence. Bringing in the Nook is like, you know, saying like, I want to surprise you on your birthday, but it's not going to be something you're going to enjoy.
Well, surprise, more like a secret here. So keeping an attack, an ambush, really, to put things more appropriately. We've got that Nook as you talked about, and we know that when you pull out a Nook, you're basically saying, okay, I want to do something in this round. I want to be able to find that gap that I think a Strafe are going to leave open, and that's exactly what Lycalis is thinking here. Great bandit trick there to deny one of those charges. They do have the Maverick, though, to deal with this if it ever does come so necessary, and it might be so, considering that Lycalis, he's only down to... Actually, no. He doesn't have any thermite charges left. That's it. So we're going to really have to rely on Maverick tricking to be able to open up some of these reinforced walls.
That might be the only option available to them. And luckily they did bring that Maverick at all, or it would have been a really hard time for them. But without both exothermic charges, you're completely right. And it's going to be it's going to be quite challenging for them, especially now that they brought the Nook, and that means that they have less utility. Phenomenal's not going to land these shots with the C2, has to actually rotate over to hold his flank. Young Alpha doing a phenomenal job holding that wall, but Pig G being taken off with 1 minute and 26 seconds left on the clock is not great. Losing your smoke that close to site and without backup for refrag, not ideal. Now leaving Young Alpha all alone is another easy win on this round for Fury as they clean up round 5, and it's just kinda sad. Yeah.
If you put it that way, definitely is. It's been quite a struggle, to say the very least, once more, for this Estraped squad. Only a single round won, and that one was the flawless one.
Where were they? Where were the defense?
Where was that?
They rotated down from upstairs, but it felt like PigG was the only member on site, and maybe they had another one member on the floor, but like nobody else was defending. Everybody else was upstairs, and they all reacted a little bit too late. The comms came too late, and by the time Hajime, by the time Young Alpha got the site to try to refrag that, everybody was already off the board. Everybody was dead, and it was a bit, and like all he could do was maybe try to survive for a little bit longer. It was quite tardy and a bit poor on comms, I would say there. But if anything, Estraped need to be a bit more reactive. They need to anticipate where the pressure is coming from, because yeah, sure, they bandit tricked 2 exothermics up top. The immediate reaction should be like, you know what, they can't entry from here anymore. And we've got some people already controlling these other entry points that are more like analog. We need to go to the actual site where it's so much easier to breach. And they didn't do that. They just kind of sat there and they were like, I wonder where they're coming from now. But hey, I9 already on in the second floor, pushing through and clearing it up. A very similar play from what we saw last time, as I9 has been very aggressive with the Maru. We don't see many aggressive Amarus, but when we do, it's always a great time.
I don't know. I feel like when you see an Amaru, it's already given that they're kind of have to be aggressive, right? You always see them want to take that aggressive control, maybe on the top floor or something like that. But this Mute Jammer, it stops I9 from continuing on his tirade. Oh no. Timing might have just missed him. There's a dangerous timing here. Yeah, Pig, he can swing, rather Bolivian, he can swing here without him realizing, but fortunately for I9, he finds that information. Could have gone very sour soon if he went around the door, but doesn't come to it. So, Fury, they hold on with a small margin. They didn't even realize that. Thermite is going to be able to open this up with Lycolis heading that one. And now, there's a big hole in the wall that Fury, rather Estraped, they're going to have to deal with here. Hopefully they don't bunch up, because that's been a problem we've seen on the defensive side of Estraped time on over.
A swift kill onto I9 leaves Hayabushi able to actually rotate and get back on site. But Young Alpha, by the skin of his teeth, he survives and still rotates to try to challenge some of these angles. Very brave, very brazen, and if anything, quite confident. So, we'll see how he survives, but PigG might not last any longer, as Hajime deals quite a bit of damage, and now has to buy some time. PigG has to buy some time with the Toxic Babes. So, definitely has a couple of tricks left up his sleeve, but you know, with 2 Toxic Babes, he could definitely easily buy about 40 seconds. Or 20, I don't know, about 30 seconds.
Well, I want to hear about your experience with Toxic Babes here, Mr. Land, but
oh no.
It's Fury who have to deal with it right now. And fortunately for them, there's only one left from the gang to have to worry about, and both never mind. It's Young Alpha who's also low as well, including that Pig we've got here. He's gonna swing, but it's phenomenal. He uses the pre-fire, realizing that BG Man was gunning for him. Swings out and lands true. 5v3. If they get one of the high HP players here in Estraped, this could work out for them. That's the last Toxic Babe right now being thrown out here from Pig. With 25 seconds left on the clock, there's still some time in the plan. We're going to need a pick to be able to do it on the swing here. Spacehead is able to bring this into a cosmic space. He gets that kill. 15 seconds left on the clock is phenomenal. He answers back. It's a double in the round already. And Fury, they're in a very tough spot right now. This is not going to go their way. But Lycolis and Spacehead, they still get the kills. They can stick the plant here right now. Hayabushi on the swing, but Lycolis brings it down to a 1v1. He has to find Bolivian, but it doesn't come to him. As Bolivian up close and personal with the SMG-11 secures the round by the smallest of margins. What an exchange we just saw.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel there, Estraped finally finds some semblance of hope as they bring this to a 2-4 scoreline on that swap over. So now Estraped on that attack are bringing in a blitz.
Wow.
And an Ash? And I'm on, okay, every pocket pick possibly available. We have okay. So Osa makes a little bit more sense. Thermite, Monty. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense to me as opposed to bringing the Blitz and then bringing an Ashe and a Finka, because it would have been a complete meme send. But hey, they still have an opportunity to change that around. Most likely already hovering over some roster swaps here. So swapping around roles between Hayabushi and Pig. So some pretty interesting choices there. But what a round that last one was. Like, this is a little bit more winnable for a Strafe now, or at least a little bit more salvageable. I still think Fury are going to win this, but it was definitely a good position for them to be in on some of those rounds, and how they stalled Fury on a lot of those pushes, readjusted their pace, bought some time. I think that was really good. I think a Strafe really are starting to learn to adapt to the very aggressive nature of Fury. But they're definitely still not having a good time, and they're definitely still learning. So maybe this pick for them with the Monty might be a surprising round for us to see.
Yeah, it could be that thing that really shakes things up, and it could be an unexpected factor that Fury are not able to, or won't be able to, really adjust for. But let's see how it actually plays out. Still not over that last round, how it came down to such the thinnest of margins. Very small time, 1v1. Still they went out, but yeah, Strafe winning that round made things much more viable. Pig, oh no, he takes on Hayabushi, and Hajime's able to get him back with the mere shorty. That's unfortunate here for a Strafe, to say the very least.
Losing losing this many on your attack is already really painful to see. Monty not being on site first is a massive loss. Trying to duel this out with a pistol? I don't know what you're trying to achieve. I don't know what you're trying to achieve there.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
It feels like they're completely sending this, and they don't really care about the consequences. The way they're positioning themselves and actually running at the enemy, they've kind of already like given up early, and they're just trying to have some fun here, which in some sense makes a little bit of sense. But we're also in a very serious position here in the league where you should be taking every single round as a learning opportunity, or an opportunity where you can win. And I think that this is a little disrespectful to their competition.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily what is going on. Can't say for sure what they're thinking right now, although I might be mistaken, but they are very close to being eliminated. They're very close to being eliminated by what, if they lose like one more match, I think that's going to be almost it for them. It's going to be almost impossible for them to come back in the latter stages of this tournament. So yeah, this is looking pretty done already in a Strafe. Hopefully, we were hoping at the very least, if you're going to go down here, then it's not going to be with a whimper.
Negative 37 on that leaderboard. If they lose again, it's like they're negative 40.
Yeah, it's big. That's big. That's huge here for a Strafe. And yeah, I don't know. Spirits out the window. Let's hope that their game is still within the house. This Fury, seeming like the house is favoring them for the meantime, getting everything going their way. Those fights, the unfortunate mishappening that we saw as well between Hayabushi and Pig a while ago in that opening round number 7 of this half. But Fury, they are coasting really into a possible win if they take this round.
Hajime taking out Pig G. Massive to take out one of your hard breaches. And I mean, he's not doing very well in general. 1 to 7, it's not very impressive. But still, the utility that he could have brought is now gone. It's all really down to Hayabushi to be able to open any of these walls over in the office. But by the look of it, the rest of the Strafe are still taking their time to reposition. They still have a lot of time available to them. 2 minutes left on the clock. Now repositioning, trying to get a couple of claymores down, I believe. No, they don't have any claymores available to them. They're just trying to frag and just trying to buy some time, or maybe try to find some free kills with utility. Getting the wall open by Reception there. Now holding the angle. A very interesting decision there. Instead of opening the wall and then taking control of that site, they've left it open and they've given the real estate back to the defenders.
Maybe kind of looking for a different avenue of attack, making sure that Fury aren't going to be safe in their anchored positions because of that wall being opened right now. But I9 has a really good spot actually here to try and contest this hop in from the window, even with it being an Osa. Figures that there's maybe bigger problems at hand here. Look at this. Making sure it's cracked and toss a Nitro through. It doesn't actually connect. It gets rid of the window, but only that. Not what they were hoping for. Phenomenal still gets a kill here on the Space Head. That's a big pick for him to find.
Bomb located by attackers.
So they burned a C4 and they took away the Valkyrie. Assuming she might have... Oh, a little bit of damage into Hajime as he tries to push and defend that one there. Has to pull back, but Young Alpha and I9, of course, still holding these sides and holding these angles, trying to take these duels. Oh my gosh, I9. The timing on that headshot was impeccable. Hajime with his own headshot as well takes out Young Alpha, leaving only Hayabushi and Bolivian left to defend for themselves. Hayabushi taking out Hajime does level out the round just a little bit, 3-2 right now.
Alright. They got the man advantage, but not for long. Well, actually continuing here over further for long. As BG Man finds Bolivian. It's all on Hayabushi. He gets at one. If he finds a second, this is so much more winnable, but the time is ticking. He's going to have to go for the plant sometime soon. He's going to have to stick this as well. He gets that kill. He can actually stick this. He's not in a position to do so, though, as from the flank, here comes I9 from start to finish. Gets him the round and match point here already.
Yeah, he's performing out of his mind right now. He's been doing very well on that roster, and I9 has been just very surprising. We've seen him perform this well before, and we're not surprised that he's doing well. But the kills and then, you know, some of the takedowns he presents us with kind of shocks me. Like that one tap, oh, buddy, had me for a moment there.
Had us in the first half, not gonna lie. And that remains true, especially for Astrape, who have only been able to win those 2 rounds within the first half. Their attacking side looking a lot more lackluster. Now that there was super high bar for a while ago, but yeah, this shot from I9, this one tap, played him like an absolute fiddle.
Couple of roster swaps in here from Astrape, swapping in the Yana for the Finka makes complete sense to me. I can only imagine that Finka's gonna have, I mean, like, Cthulhu speaks about this all the time. A lot of people speak about this all the time. Finka is a crutch to a lot of these rosters and the meta itself. You know, it forces everyone to play in a certain way, in a certain style, and it forces the defense to react in a certain style as well. Finka is a operator that is just so influential in what she provides, but also so linear that it just makes sense to just play it. You know, like, why would we complicate things if we get a stim boost, an accuracy boost, and we also have, like, you know, speed, right, and ADS boost as well to boot that. It's just like, well, it unfortunately just takes a lot away from the rest of the operators, but in saying that, it also makes it a little bit more predictable, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. It's very live and die by the sword, right? And that's something at least that can be expected. Ping here found by Pig, but I think it is important to have, you know, operators like that. Gives some teams that, you know, may benefit from that style at least a way to really play what they want and how they want to. As, let's face it, not every team is fit for playing a super utility-heavy style, and that's kind of what you give up when having a Finka. Give up a bit of utility for a bit more firepower possibility when it comes to winning those actual gunfights. And some teams, they might not need that buff, but for others who struggle to even get themselves in the door, that could be the big game changer, and that's true for a team like Astrape here. Opening shot, though, goes to Bolivian, and you can see the full effects of that stimmy working out in his favor. Gets that fight going in his way. Astrape, they get the trade-off, though. Fury, great frag by Hajime. A double here within the karaoke. He's singing their tune, and it's Fury who are keeping this on beat.
Couple of banks go down. Might be a little clean headshot here for Hajime, but nope. It's Spacehead being taken off the board immediately. Nice clean headshot coming out from the attackers here, but Bolivian already dropped quite low. Doesn't really look like he's quite confident to take a lot of these angles. Okay, despite PigG taking that one out, that looks like, you know what, maybe a Strape might be able to take this attack here. Of course, it is match point. Fury are about to win this. A Strape need to hold on for as long as possible. 3-2. They finally have a man advantage. They might be able to make something work here. And like Lycolis, dancing around the actual bomb itself, has to hold on for as long as possible.
Bomb located by
I9 has a big position here. Now, Lycolis, he's within the anchor. Yes, they know he's somewhere in the site. But if I9 can get himself in a very favorable position to perhaps cut off the push, especially with low time, this could work out. But the plant's going down halfway through already. No denial coming on that plant. They're going to have to go for the defuse, but no, they get the kill anyways. The defuse does go down, but now it comes out with a 1v1. 1v2, actually. It's all on the Bolivian. He's got an angle up top. This fight, it has to go towards I9's favor. He knows where he is. One bullet is going to do him on in. He's going to go for the push. Doesn't actually see him. Forces him off of it. And he's going to have to try and go for the defuse. He fakes it. Taps it just barely. And Bolivian, this is going to work out for him. I really think that I9, he should have pushed this defuse. He's not even sticking if he's going back on up. He's wasted so much time. He knows what's happening. Still doesn't get the kill. And Bolivian, he keeps a Strape in the game just barely.
He gets the ace, and he's able to actually hold on with his team for another round. Hayabushi in the best of spirits, of course. All quite grateful to be able to keep competing here. Finally pulling it up 3-6 on match point. I doubt they are going to go to an overtime, but they are definitely showing us that they can take some rounds off a team like Fury. And you know what? It's pretty impressive so far. Whenever they get their plan delivered, they're holding it pretty well. Unfortunately, what we do see in nearly every round is not that their strats are bad, but they're just losing a lot of these gunfights. They're losing a lot of these encounters, and then they're not able to adapt or readapt or, you know, like formulate a new plan on the fly. And that results in Fury just walking right over all of them.
And Fury have just been, I guess, bulldozing a Strape, but they finally answered back. That's their opening pistol, that's their opening attacking round win. And while I do think that it came off of the back of I9 making a crucial mistake there, it is what it is. You take those and you continue on. It's Hajime who has been really performing here for Fury. So is Spacehead, 12 and 8 apiece. Same with Lycolis, who was, oh my goodness, am I seeing, is this true? Did he really pull him out here? In this stage, they're going for the GOAT. The battering ram that is the big man. Well, continuing on here, you can see on the rappel, playing this closely, Bolivian, making sure that ingress in towards the stairs is going to be held off for the meantime, not let it come to pass. I want to see how the Oryx really does here for Lycolis, as I talked about. He's got a big man, big guns, but let's see if he can play and really go big here on this defense. Playing a lot of the rappel angles to start things off with Strape.
Yep, and it's working out so far. Phenomenal finds Lycolis. That's the big guy himself, and he's already off the board. So unfortunately, he just didn't last as long as we hoped he would. But, you know, like, Oryx's strength is that he can rotate quite fast through soft walls. A map like Skyscraper is just full of soft walls. And it's a maze, if anything. It's very intricate. It's a very, you know, close quarter map. And he really excels in these spaces. Now, they've lost their Dokubi. They've traded for an I9. And now Bolivian going down as well isn't exactly great. They've lost their Sledge. Another one goes on Spacehead. That leaves only 2 members on that defense. And you know what? Hajime finds Phenomenal to level that out. But it's going to come down to BG Man all by himself. He hasn't really taken much damage. He doesn't take any damage at all. He still has a C4 in his pocket. And he still might win this on match point here for Fury.
Definitely.
Can he clutch this out?
Definitely a clutchable round here. especially for a player of his caliber. BG Man trying to go big. They do have the diffuser still out of their hands. Don't have a position to go for the plant just yet. BG Man playing the stairs. I think this could be big. The fact that he's playing these resto stairs gives him sightlines into both sites, gives him sightlines into karaoke, and as well as has just stairs control. He goes for the peak, gets it down, and the kill as well. 1v2, but he's going up against Young Alpha, the Finka here, who does have a lot of stim possibilities still. Ooh, he's got the Nelly prep, he's got that shoddy prep, and all he needs is a single click to take him down. He knows exactly where he's going to be coming from. Pushing out here, doesn't find the timing! Low HP immediately on the Young Alpha. He's equalized the odds.
Young Alpha's still around, and he's going to be able to stim himself to some semblance of health, but he still has 2 frag grenades. He needs to use his utility. No! Young Alpha! He's down, but he's not out. He can pick himself up here, but
That's it.
That's it. GG.
That's it. He didn't even,
unfortunate.
He didn't even bother.
He had 2 frag grenades, and he didn't think of even trying to cover his tracks or create any kind of noise to distract the opponent. Sure, time was short, but unfortunately, panicking under the clock like that didn't work out to his benefit, and Hajime, leading the team for Fury, takes it out very convincingly, 7-3.
Yeah, this is pretty in tune with what we've kind of seen from Astrape in their previous matches throughout this tournament. You know, 7-3 scoreline, heavily in the favor and very convincingly enough for Fury. Even in the rounds that Fury lost, it still kind of seemed like for the most part that they were in control of those rounds. So still very, very convincing once more from this Fury squad. They continue on with a pretty casual win for them, really, and I'm hoping for Astrape that, you know, maybe they can give us a good game before they leave. Just one single map win before they're really taken out of this tournament, because let's face it, they're not going to make it through into the latter stages, into the playoffs and all that. So we're hoping, as they've got like what, 2 or 3 more matches left potentially, I think, in this operational league for this season at the very least, that they can close things out with at least a bang, to go down with their heads up high.
I think that's not too much to ask for. They definitely are in a decent position considering where they started. We bag on them quite a lot, and we do meme them, but it is if anything a learning experience, and this is their first time in the Operation League. Let's give them some credit. And saying that, don't forget, we are now picking a winner in the chat. It is your opportunity to take away this Rainbow Six Operation League pin. It is free for you, of course, everyone in the chat. 4 times today. This is our first giveaway for the night, and all you have to do is put a hashtag in the chat, hashtag Fight for Glory, and make sure you're following the channel.
Great here. We've got games and giveaways for you guys, so make sure, yes, you join our giveaway. 600 R6 credits, as Lan has said, and you get that pin. I want one of those. Hopefully it comes in the mail very soon. For you guys, though, as we watched a very spectacular, I guess, performance here coming from Fury, and one as well from Astrape, we have more games to look forward to. As we talked about a while ago, our second match of the day is going to be a certified banger. The 2 best teams that we have in terms of standings here in the Operation League so far, with Elevate going up against the Gaimin Gladiators. And that is a match that I am pretty sure we are going to go the distance with as much as possible. So, man, we have an exciting thing coming up very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a star-studded match lineup tonight, and don't miss it. So we're going to go to a short break, of course. So it's been quite some time since we started, but if anything, stay tuned, keep that tab open. We'll be right back after these short messages, and we'll be seeing you for more Rainbow Six action. Check you soon.
Looking so handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit. So getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4. But power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank. Because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now. And he's going as what? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis 1v4. Makes it a 1v3. is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But Lycolis, he gets another kill on a Bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back. We are here for our second game of the day, but we just finished off a quite a surprising matchup between Astrape and Fury. So that game, I think it took us back a little bit. Black and Blue, it definitely did surprise us in some of the rounds, and Astrape even had a flawless round at one point. So a pretty good turnout. I suppose it does show that they have some growth in their step as well, and in their little their time here at Operation League. But we're going to our second match of the day now, and today we are going to be seeing, not just today, but now we're going to be seeing Elevate versus against who? Black and Blue?
Well, no one other than the Gaming Gladiators. These guys have really showed what they're made of this stage. I mean, we've kind of expected them to do good, to do okay, but for them to be at the top of the scoreboard, at the top of the leaderboard, is really, I think, a great sign for how these guys have improved, because much like the previous team we just saw win, Fury, these guys have also been there from the very real dawn of the Operation League, from the start, and they've continuously improved. And for now to be in, an organization like the Gaming Gladiators and performing this well is really good. But we look on the other side of things, we look at Elevate, and I'm sure you have many things to say. These guys have been playing in every single stage, the biggest stages, for quite a while now already too.
Some of them are even former teammates to members of the current Fury, and of course other members in the scene that we are very, very familiar with. But Elevate as an organization has been around for a long time, and they are one of the older organizations in the wider scene. Their presence here at the Operation League has been very strong. They've had some very good runs, and right now they are, I believe, second place to Gaming Gladiators. So Gaming Gladiators are definitely taking this one away. They are having some pretty good runs in the league so far. But their current position, yes, is exactly right. Second place, and they are only 2 points away. So if Elevate win this, they are first place. But if they lose this, Gaming Gladiators secure first place for themselves for quite a number of rounds to come. So that would even make it hard for Fury and Direwolves to actually have to keep up, because they would exceed that 19-point mark.
Yeah, there is a real good chance that if they win this match, they could really end up as that number 1 seed, especially if they win like maybe one more match after. They could end up as that number 1 seed here for this entire, kind of round robin stage that we're seeing from these teams in the Operation League. But Elevate, we're going to talk about them first. We got Mark, Mr. Punch, DCH, Onigiri, and Sapper. Players that we've been seeing for quite a while here in the Operation League. We saw big things coming from Sapper in the previous matchup on the previous day. Onigiri has always been a household name here in the Operation League, in the SEA scene when it comes to Rainbow Six, and we saw great stuff as well from DCH. 2 Yana mains, of course, yes. They're flexing the rear because they are really in gear right now to potentially overthrow the current kings at the top, which are the Gaming Gladiators.
Scoreline's all very confident. Of course, Sapper has been performing out of his mind, but so has Ape. 83-50, bro. Only shown up by his teammates Hoven, 89-54. So pretty much the same. Just a bit higher in that KD there. but ratio is about even. Tolji has been having a negative time, but generally contributes quite positively to the team as a whole. They have had a substitute player in some of these rounds, which explains why his scores are so much lower, but so has Rix. Rix is only 38 to 38, so still maintaining a 0 KD, which is, if anything, it's, it's 1-to-1.
It's only really Tolji here who isn't at a positive plus minus, but still, he's been doing lots of work, and we've been seeing him take more of these kind of information gathering roles, like you see there with Mozzie, and sometimes he'd flex over to pretty much anything under the table that they need for him to be. Not really a support, but a true flex in every sense of the word. And in this case, we're going here on Border. Curious map, as we talked about a while ago, one of the more defensive-sided maps, at least here in the Operation League, statistically, from all that we've seen. It's a 62% win rate map on the defensive side compared to the 37 attack, which is, I believe, the third highest. Yes, the third highest defensive-sided map we have in the entire Operation League, aside from Villa and Theme Park, who are just at astronomical numbers. Still, though, whoever starts on the defensive side here is going to have a pretty big advantage, and especially seeing at how the last times we have seen, these teams kind of play it out, especially like if you look at Elevate, they are a pretty good team on that defensive side. They did pretty good on Theme Park, even though they lost it to Direwolves, but we're looking here now at Border, and this could be a very big difference.
Border is a map where a lot of teams come to die. We don't see Border get picked very often, but when it does get picked, it's always a good time. Of course, a very defender-sided map. It's kind of only been seen twice in the season so far, so this is being only the third time over. But defender wins are at a 62% win rate. That only leaves attackers 37.9% chance of winning, which means whoever gets defense is most likely going to walk away with a win here. And just checking the score, the roll now, Gaming Gladiators are on the attack, so that means Elevate have a massive advantage.
Well, I'm going to give you even more numbers here, quite curiously enough, Lan. You guys as well watching at home. Those two times that we have seen Border being played here in this season, both of those games were from Elevate. One of those were against, I believe, Fury. Actually, no, let me correct myself. Against the Northern Forces, yes. They won that 8-7, but more importantly, the other time, it was also against the Gaming Gladiators in Playday 2, and Elevate lost that matchup 6-8. Now, caveat there was they were starting on the defensive side, and they still struggled to really get much more going in the second half, and they lost it out because it was Gaming Gladiators who were really able to close things out in that second half with them being on the defensive side. So Gaming Gladiators, they've got one up here over Elevate on this map, especially during Playday 2. They won that 8-6. Let's see if Elevate can finally gain their revenge, because every single time we've seen them on Border this season, it's been very close games. They won one against Northern Forces, they lost another versus the Gaming Gladiators. Will now be their time for vengeance.
We'll have to see as it rolls through, but Finger being taken off the board is already massive. Valkyrie is a really good ban as well on that defense. One more defensive ban, and I'm hoping it's a Mira, just because Mira actually controls this map so well in many aspects. As we see, there are a lot of control points, a lot of choke points where Mira actually has a strong presence, if anything. So, if Elevate can take this one away,
yeah,
hopefully that is the case, and they actually take that first seat slot. I am hoping that they put up a good fight, but I want Gladiators to win. Azami being removed is massive because she just provides so much utility. And while Border is a very large map, it is a medium-sized map, if anything. While it is a medium-sized map, a lot of the corridors and a lot of the angles are very narrow.
Is this for real? Are we getting an Oryx? Potentially not. Aruni being swapped in for Onigiri. He's having a fun time. Want to wrap this up, but have to make sure that things are going to go smooth moving here forward. Now, Elevate, they do have the defensive-sided start, which can gain them the upper hand early on, but we've seen, much like a very interesting boxing match while they might start off strong, it's how you end the game that matters the most. And that end, it's going to be in the favor here of the Gaming Gladiators as they swap over to the second half. So I think all Gaming Gladiators really have to do here is get like 2 rounds, and they have a very good chance of still closing this out in the second half, much like to the same tune of what we saw their opening matchup on Playday 2 was here on this exact same map. We're going for Armory and Lock. No, actually, no, they switched things out. They're going down below. So, curious pick.
Tellers is a map pick, or sorry, a site pick.
Yeah.
Where you have to play the whole map. You have to play the second floor, you have to control the vertical play here, and you have to actually manage a lot of the traffic that goes around that site as well. So you're saying it's an interesting pick, but that's because it is definitely the hardest site to defend. It is not easy to go with, but has been played so much within all leagues that it is very, I suppose, staple for teams to just take the hardest thing and then just be done with it as soon as possible. We're not surprised that they're going with this one here. Moving up forward, it does mean that Elevate get the hard stuff out of the way. If they can secure a win on that defense for Tellers, it sets a tone for all the other sites. It makes it a little bit easier for everybody running through.
For sure. But a lot of times the horizontal kind of extensions here on the defensive side are quite difficult to make work, and you're going to really have to control this kind of workshop server room just to have some semblance of control on the first floor. But really, for the most part, as you talked about, it's a vertical control that matters a lot. To have those archives in your pocket, in your control, is going to be big, because that's really one of the few ways they're going to have a real possible way to deny the plant from up above. We can see they're on the security already poising themselves to be able to deny any entry within that main lobby. Sapper is gaining lots of information here, really, of where they are above him. And if he stays still, he can definitely get a Nitro Cell kill. Things goes his way, but Joe, he still gets that kill here on the DCH. Nitro for the counter. It's Tolji he finds. And to get that Nomad, I'm not too sure if he's placed all of his air jabs, but if not, they have a good way to get on the flank. Look at these kills coming their way. 3v2 right now is Elevate. They've risen above in the man count.
Sapper's always been performing very well with C4 operators, and now that he's on that Pulse swapped off because the Valkyrie was banned, he's still performing well. He's still got options available to him, and opening the round with that double kill was going to set the tone for Elevate and how they're going to, set the tone for Elevate and how they're going to run that defense. So now that he's got that in his pocket, Gaming Gladiators only have Hoven and Rixen. Sure, they're very competent players, but they have to play on that back foot. Being removed from the round like that isn't great. Punch getting taken out by the frag does mean Hoven still has a lot to work with. Still has 1 frag grenade, so might be able to find another one for him. But now taking a couple of gunfights and these angles might not be the best thing for him.
Wow. I really like how Elevate have been able to really spread themselves, and even that reinforcement that you see from Onigiri there, realizing the potential of just, cutting off the possible angles of attack that Gaming Gladiators have once they've taken the control that they need, was big. And Onigiri, he gets a second kill here to close out the round, and that was, I think, perfectly played on a site that can be quite difficult sometimes for less coordinated teams, but that's not going to be the same case for a team here like Elevate.
If Gaming Gladiators could retain their roster just for a little bit longer, I honestly think they would actually be taking a lot of these rounds a lot quicker. As we can see, Sapper, of course, just very apt and very in tune with the rest of his team and able to take a lot of these frags and control that roam game quite well, mitigating any attackers trying to make their way to site. We've seen him perform like this before. Previously on the Valkyrie, previously on maps like this, and it's always the C4 kills that he opens with. He finds a way, and for some reason, he has outperformed a lot of other players with C4s that I've ever seen. Like I've seen players like in the past, in the early stages of Operation League and the Southeast Asian Pro League, Mizu from the old Lisey team actually performed quite well with C4s. This time around, his name is Sapper. And honestly, he swapped off that C4 role. As I say it, he heard me and he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna give Ian the privilege of calling me out. I'm gonna play Legion, an operator we don't see very often in the league at all, to be honest.
Well, he still does have impact, so it rings true. Explosives, right? They go kaboom. One new thing, he's got the explosive Pokeballs. Sapper, very true to his name, quite proficient with any explosive utility that he's got. So I want to see him stay alive as long as possible. Much like a Smoke or some other utility might be, this Legion gains power as the round continues on. Onigiri he's found an opening pick here on the Joe, who really, he has been such a big force for Elevate here. For Onigiri to be able to play this Aruni so proficiently has been great. Ape, though, finds information. That's a great drone up top there. If you find information on the square player, Ape, though, he makes his presence known. DMR in hand. If you've got 2 Mark 14s on either side, 2 EBRs, but I think it's Onigiri who's found the more favor early on. Imagine if Oryx could bust through the floor like softball.
I think that would be busted. So busted. Like, you'd have to somehow scientifically justify how he can bend steel. I mean, like, if you could, like, drop down from a hatch by just, like, jumping on it, I think that makes a little bit more sense. But, because it kind of, like, matches how he goes up and down through hatches, right? But, now, Tolji playing double explosives, now trying to confuse the enemy as he tries to push in. Plays in a couple of angles, but to no avail. No one has found anyone. No defender, no attacker, nothing. But right now he's playing with fire as he crosses over some of these sight lines as well. But he's not stopping with the soft breach. He's going to keep opening the line of sight. And he's found one. Will he find the ahead? Yes, he will. Oh no, that wasn't him. That was Ape.
Oh no, I think he's using a bit too much of those breaching charges to try and open up the floor here. Especially on his, oh my goodness, Mark. Great fallback shot from him. And, well, the initial holes that they've opened up there in that CCTV room is big for them to be able to deny the defuse. They don't even have the way to get the plant down just yet. It gives them a good sightline further for the post plant, but they can't even get themselves to really plant the spike, rather the diffuser in the first place. Apologies, Onigiri on the swing, but it's Hoven who wins that fight out. Hurts definitely. 2v3 man count in Gaming Gladiators side. Now, as I said, if they can plant the diffuser here on that Bravo site, they have a great post plant potential from up above.
It's not over for them just yet. 2 defenders and life and health ticking away. Sapper not exactly in a great position. Finds one as he rotates over and mantles over that, but with the pistol out, Sapper doesn't have many options available as all members are now closing in on him. Hoban finds that kill, leaving Mr. Punch all alone. He finds the headshot with the SMG, but with only 5 health left, he has to rotate through the metal detectors, call the ping, and stop the diffuser as it goes down, playing with time on his side. A great defense coming in, but just not enough from Gaming Gladiators, as they were just inches away from being able to get that diffuser down and maybe playing a strong post plant.
Yeah, they had a potential to have a really good post plant, but it never came. As I said, for them to open up those walls on the entrance of where the CCTV would be, it would give them a really good sideline from up above to deny the defuse if it was planted by the window on that Bravo site, but it never came to pass. They went for, towards the customs area, and it just didn't work out in that fight. An amazing, obviously, 1v2 at the end of things for Elevate to close things out 2-0, but still, a great showing here by Elevate. Some missed opportunities, I do think, though, for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just kind of letting these rounds slip away by either general indecision or just stalling out a little bit too much. But I don't think it's because they're making mistakes here. Like, sure, they are letting it slip. I'm sticking to my statement. But at the same time, Elevate are just playing very good Siege. They're playing these defenses very well. They're pacing themselves quite aptly. But if anything, Gaming Gladiators are just struggling to react to it, or even stick to their plan at all. So this defense upstairs already playing it quite aggressively. They're taking this angle here, as we've seen a couple of times over by Armory Wall, and placing some, placing a couple of Prismas outside, along with perhaps a couple of more gadgets. Unsure what we're seeing here, but this time we have the Flores come through, so Flores should be able to deal quite well with a lot of that utility. We haven't seen Flores all day so far, so finally making his appearance here on the second map.
Yeah, it could be big. Have large implications at the end if they can't deal with this Flores, as it did go unbanned. So much utility that Flores could really destroy and take off of the board. So DCH holding on to this office's side. You see him have an ADS here placed to be able to hold his position, but oh, that fountain area, it isn't reinforced, not in the slightest. Doesn't give him a real good anchor position to play off of. It's Sapper who does have a spot here, still within the offices. He's got great information, flashes up, but the ADS catches it. They can throw another one. He has to make sure that he's got someone backing him on up. Oh no, this is going to open things up. The Selma is going to open up that wall behind him. Actually, no, he's still safe. It's the other wall opposite of him. So he's gathering so much information. In his mere presence here, the fact that he's still alive is big. He's got this hatch to drop into as well, but the perfect catch here from Hoven, who expects him to do exactly that. Great play here on the shutdown from the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, that frag grenade actually went off under his feet. But instead of rotating out into the open where he might have been safe, he actually chose to rotate down the hatch, which placed him right next to that frag grenade because it was still in proximity. So unfortunately, he dies there, and so does Hoven on that attack as he tries to push through. He, did try to make something out of that frag grenade, but unfortunately will be taken down here. Like you said, this fountain position is actually quite exposed, and Onigiri's not any safer. He has an ADS available to him. I'm not sure how many charges are left in it, but DCH might be able to find the feet of one Tolji, almost falling here. Tries to take the duel and loses it to Joe, retraded by Mr. Punch.
I'm surprised Gaming Gladiators really want to take this office's side to plan for Alpha, considering that they know just how much presence is here from Elevate, but the great catch to find that kill. 1v2 effectively as of the moment, rather a 1v1 effectively as of the moment. As Rix, it's only Mr. Punch he has to deal with. He finds the head angle, doesn't get the kill.
Surely.
He's taken down very low. Doesn't even realize he's still there within the fountain. Mr. Punch, he's got 20 seconds to play with. Information gathered by the drone. Onigiri cannot get resussed because Mr. Punch, he just takes him down in the end. What a catch here from Mr. Punch, playing that fountain. And I do think, once again, the Gaming Gladiators, they were playing into the hands of Elevate. Seeing how much manpower was focused on that office's side, on that fountain side, but still continuing to push there, when they could have maybe gone for like a CCTV push, or maybe somewhere towards the armory instead. Their insistence on that played into the hands of what Elevate wanted.
So what we're seeing from Gaming Gladiators, just running off your point, is that they are not adapting to the situation, and if anything, they're actually finding it we're finding their plays quite stagnant and very restricted in how they're pushing. Like you said, they're just so dedicated to actually pushing one site that they're losing track, and they're forgetting the fact that there's more than one place to plant the diffuser. So, in saying that, we did see the last defender, Mr. Punch, play quite well, actually playing around the intel that his teammate was actually down. He actually played it. He knew that the drone saw him, that they would actually rotate, and he held the angle, and he made a very strong prediction. This time playing the mute with the three jammers should be able to provide some pretty strong presence along with that C4. We have seen him play that mute quite a bit, and DCH now on that Legion, putting Sapper back on that Pulse is probably the best roster swap we can have for this round here. It does mean that Pulse is going to be able to be as aggressive as he needs to be, but right now Elevate don't have to worry about their pace at all. Gaming Gladiators are 0-3 right now, and they need to find at least, like you said, 2 rounds to be able to say that they can win this on defense, because right now the statistics are that the 62% is just way out of their reach. They cannot contest it.
Well, what can they really fight back with? It's going to have to be seen. Haven't really been able to put up a super convincing attacking round so far, Gaming Gladiators, but that could change here. And now that they've seen how Elevate like to play this first floor, once again, Sapper populating that server room, making sure that the push from that western side is going to be caught out if it ever does come. Mr. Punch, early damage done to him.
A lot of drones being denied here as they are getting caught out. Frag grenade being cooked up, and playing with fire. Hoven decides to crouch right next to a couple of bullets flying his way and right past his head. No one on the scanners for Sapper right now, but he might be able to find one cheeky C4 kill if they stood still, but no, nothing, and he gets traded back for it. So a nice opportunity for Tolji to punish that defender before he gets off with finding a free kill.
Very close. 4v5. Sapper going down is a big pick. Lots of information that he could otherwise have gathered for the late round. That's taken off the board now. They don't have that option. Mark here and Mr. Punch have a good crossfire, but once again, this office isn't sometimes the most reliable of places to anchor down, but it does give you a lot of potential to weave in and out of the fray. Ape has a good angle to catch him here, and that he does. Mr. Punch goes down, realizing the second. No, Mark still wider than he expected. Joe on the trade brings it down to a 4v2. Gaming Gladiators have every single advantage to close off this round as a double kill is found by Joe. It's all on the DGH. Barring some heroics here, that this round is probably going to be done. He gets caught within the smoke. A third goes Joe's way. The hammer and the sickle connects, and it's time to cut him open. Opening round finally here for the attacking side of Gaming Gladiators secured.
And they finally find a victory on this attack, and not a moment too late either. They still have an opportunity to take it 3-3 before the swap over onto defense, which would actually propel them into a win, I believe. So a good round for them, and it started by taking out Sapper. Sapper's presence on that defense is so instrumental, and as soon as we saw both C4s go off without taking a kill, it became so much easier for GG as well. They had less to worry about. They were just focused on taking those team fights, and they had control over the angles and the map so much better as well, because now they didn't have any surprises to worry about. So that's gonna be very important to them. Sapper now on that Mozzie still has a C4 in his hand and in his back pocket, but now he's able to deny even more intel from that attacking team, which I suppose Elevate assume is their secret to why they can actually contest a lot of these angles. I'm not sure what it actually looks like on their end. We of course don't get to see every single camera going on at all times, but it doesn't hurt to be able to deny more and more info from the enemy team. Info is the core of Rainbow Six, and it is a instrumental part of playing this game. So one jammer left for Mr. Punch to put down, and a couple more bear traps for DCH.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools to really slow down the push here and be kind of those hurdles that Gaming Gladiators are going to have to deal with. First with their drones, and those bear traps can really be a big problem, those welcome mats, but DCH, he's actually only placed down one of them. He's still got two in the pocket to utilize. He places one down here finally, and obviously we have Mark once again on that Oryx. Now, for them to have a Frost really opens up a lot of potential for how much they can really have him anchored down because of the utility a Frost will have in this case. The push here coming all spread out, really. They're making sure that the second floor isn't going to be just idly held by Elevate. They realize that this whole CCTV security side is big for the Elevate hold later on, so they're leaving Tolji to try and take that. But if he's all alone, it's going to be taking a lot more time than if they otherwise just help him with another person to really deal with it.
Yeah, they really need to buddy up in some of these situations here. Mark actually swapping to his cameras just to make sure he's got enough intel before he starts a rotation. He is able to actually bring a very aggressive rotation in order to actually cut off some of the attacking members. But Onigiri starts the round by taking off the main fragger on that attacking team.
Changing mags.
Well, big pick for Ape to go down. Lots of utility and firepower, as you said. No more monkey business here. Onigiri on the swing. He actually catches out the replicator. Could have potentially found an actual kill, but the timing doesn't work out in his way. They know he's here right now. They know the angle he's holding within this supply room. And as we said, that security up above is going to be big. They can deny his position here from that security, in that security rather, they get this going. Here comes the Electro Gate, the Laser Gate to keep his back checked, but Onigiri still able to live on. Toji's the one to find the pick here on to Mark, and he's doing some good damage in return as well, but he can't last out for too long. Sapper on the trade brings it to a 3v3. Ooh.
Yeah, Rix gets traded out there, and now it's all down to Mr. Punch and DCH on that defense against 3 members on that attacking team. Hoven, no more frag grenades, but Toji still has 2 flashbangs. No more EE1Ds. It's all going to come down to being very aggressive. There is the Gemini clone available, and Hoven can bait them out with that. It still creates sound, it still looks real, and this time around, he finds an opening kill on DCH, leaving Mr. Punch all alone on that site.
Very nicely done so far here by the Gaming Gladiators. They suffocate that second floor, make sure that this hold isn't going to be as proficient as it could be. 10 seconds left on the clock, though. They have to get on this flash on out. It's on the Mr. Punch, but he can't even land a single jab as Hoven takes this round and cuts the lead down to a single round here. 3-2. The Gaming Gladiators, they're rallying back in the latter stage of this opening half.
A nice round from Gladiators to actually pull this one back in. They played that post plan and the plant very well. Unfortunately, the last member on the Elevate, Mr. Punch, just overswung that last angle and just missed out the opportunity to take that one attacker holding that door. I wouldn't say that's a misplay. I just unfortunately think that this is the way it happened. I'm not sure how the other members got taken out, but the way Elevate play, the way Gaming Gladiators played that plant was concise and it's very well done.
Yeah, very nicely performed out. Ooh, a thorn coming out from Onigiri. Not something you see every day. I'm curious to see how they utilize this.
We've seen thorn quite a bit, but not so much for in the last few weeks.
Yeah, earlier on in the tournament, at the very least.
Absolutely. Thorn, has actually had some gadget kills, believe it or not. You know.
Well, not surprised.
Yeah, the Razor Blooms actually picked up a couple of kills, and some of the some attacking members have just actually struggled to react to it. So depending on the placement, it might work out quite well. A lot of these positions here for defenders and for attackers, which I should actually say, are very like hard committing positions. There aren't many positions where you can just like bait in, switch out and react to that Razor Bloom in time to survive. There just isn't an opportunity for most attackers on a map like Border. Of course, with good droning and maybe a lot of good intel, you should be able to mitigate that by running around them. The E1D gets popped, nobody gets scanned this time, but it does allow Hovenhurst to open up and just take down some barbed wire. Joe picking up an opening kill into Onigiri does mean that, you know what, there are no Razor Blooms to worry about. Maybe 1 or 2 left around the map, but that's about it.
Yeah, great pick here. For them to remove that X factor is big, but the post plant here coming from Hoven could also be huge. Thing is though, they only have 1 smoke left. Nobody else bringing smokes here, so they have to make sure that they can utilize that for the post plant or even for their initial entry later on. See now though, making sure that security is cleared out. No one waiting in the CCTV. Mark holding the 90 angle, but it's a very difficult angle to try and challenge against the rifles here that Joe has got in his hand. The glass as well, such a difficult opponent to try and challenge at long range. A minute 15 left on the clock. The push is going to come sometime soon. They've poised themselves to push from the southern side. Question is, do they push through the halls? Do they go for the armory? Or they go towards the back entrance here towards the office? It's seeming to be the second one. The second option in this case is Hoven. It's making sure this 90 is theirs and secured, but I don't think Elevate are going to really push that. They know they have the advantage here. In this case, even with a man disadvantage, all they have to do is lock things down, but that's going to be easier said than done. Tolji, a double kill here towards the armory, and things are crumbling here. No matter what tools they've got to utilize, Elevate, they're down a man.
Oh, no.
2v3 right now. 2v2 effectively. The plant can't go down. They bring down Hoven. Joe is very low as well. The flank here coming from Sapper is huge, Lan.
Sapper has been an instrumental part of that defense, and he has popped off time and time again. He should be able to make something work. No, it's Joe to find that kill. Sapper gets taken down, and GG take this 3-3 right before the swap over, and just as they finish off their attacking rounds. I cannot believe they came at 3 rounds in a row. What a performance, showing that they can still win this, and all they needed was to just wake up a little bit.
That was huge. That comeback here coming from the Gaming Gladiators in that latter stage gives them so much more momentum coming into the favored half. Defender side going into Border and 3-3 in the second half is going to be a big thing that somehow we're going to have to see Elevate try and mitigate. They bring a pretty aggressive composition, pretty firepower heavy composition really if you look at things here. They've got that ace, they've got the Sledge accompanying the Zof and the Yana, as well as, of course, the Ash. So, a lot of firepower on their side. Gunfights could be theirs if they find the proper timings of it, but we finally see a Mozzie come out here from the Gaming Gladiators, as well as that Castle. A combo with the Wamai that could be a very big difference and stark contrast from what Elevate are normally used to seeing here in a map like Border.
Definitely is trying times here. Some regular setup, nothing too unfamiliar that we're accustomed to, at least coming from Gaming Gladiators. We are seeing a Castle come through. We've seen Castle on this map as well prior to this, but you know, like not to great success. Wamai is an operator that has been picked many times in many circumstances, many maps, especially Border, but in this particular game so far, first time I believe.
Wamai, certainly a big piece of the puzzle. We saw Elevate really utilize the projectile denial in the opening stages of this first half with a Jaeger, but we have yet to really see a Wamai. See how big of a difference it really does make. Attacking side now for Elevate. Kind of spread themselves so far. Trying to take the bottom floor control first before they move up top. Not sure how good of an idea that is. No real swaps aside from that buck, which I think is part of the reason why they want to take this downstairs, right? They want to try and play this vertically from down below, but they could also get their time wasted by doing that. So hopefully for their sake, they can keep a bit of haste in this endeavor.
Yeah, a lot of the members are still over by the south side of the map. They still need to rotate over onto A and B. Ooh, yeah. I think they're just still sweeping the map for any roamers and any like possible angles. But Rix with a long angle like this, I mean, UMP-45 not a great gun, but generally quite consistent and still quite accurate. So easy to play with, easy to manage. Onigiri taking out his own pest infected drone just to make sure he clears that open. Joe missing the first kill, cleans it up after he just swaps it over and you know, prioritizes targets quite properly to cover his own teammates. So a very strong play from Gaming Gladiators as they come through. Masterclass coming from Joe here. Onigiri finding an LMG kill onto Hoven does mean that they lose their alibi on that defense, but it's not the end of the world. Joe also getting taken down now. Unfortunately, both defenders on that rotation we just saw have been eliminated. Joe still can be picked up, but honestly is not in a position to be saved.
Well, yeah, he's in a pretty tough spot. Unless someone can drop down and he crawls his way down the steel stairs, but I'm not too sure if anyone's going to try and do that at this moment. They're going to try and get this castle barricade dealt with. But look at this, this offense push there is still not coming through. No real foothold aside from the security side here coming from the Elevate attack. And the man advantage from Gaming Gladiators, it's been dissolved. 3-3. Told you can get him back up and rezzed into a fighting state. Rix just get a kill on Onigiri. Huge pick. This is looking like a defensive round going towards the Gaming Gladiators.
Oh my gosh, Rix. unfortunately getting taken out by Mr. Punch on the flank, and now Elevate have somehow stormed and flipped the script on this. It's Ape all alone, 1v1, but oh, he wins that with the shotgun. And with the SMG.
Nope.
No, it was with the shotgun. Okay, it was with the shotgun. He wins that one just by the skin of his teeth. And honestly, I was just on the edge of my seat for that one. I could barely even keep up with it because of how fast it went by. But Ape absolutely sending it to the enemy, holding down the line, and just anchoring the rest of the team.
Great run we're seeing here from the Gaming Gladiators, and this is why they're at the top of the board, right? The fact that they can really lock things down and continuously get rounds and streak it has been a big point for them. 4 rounds now they've won after losing the opening 3. 4 in a row, really. That's big. Defensive side for theirs really working out. And this composition, I think, while it's maybe not going to give them super much flexibility in terms of their positioning and all, to be able to move about the map very fast, it will give them just so much utility to work with, so much information to play against Elevate, and I'm curious to see how Elevate are going to deal now with, once more, a very utility-heavy composition. We saw that Castle Barricade be a big problem, and to get a very different look, not utilizing that barricade this time around, instead falling to really relying on this Mira and Aruni combo to be a problem. I think this is big. The mute as well, those jammers, are going to have double the effect right now because of the positions that they're being played in. And to have those electro gates, rather those laser gates, and the Wamai magnets to really deny projectiles, this is looking like a quite pesky defense from the Gaming Gladiators that Elevate are going to have to deal with.
It's definitely a defense they're going to have to work around and find some kind of momentum with. They need to find a weak spot with this defense to actually work in some pace. Memes aside, overall it's okay.
Things are going
like
crazy.
Hoven's already getting onto work. Yeah, Hoven's already getting to work with that defense, and he's being quite aggressive with it, as we can see. TCH, I believe, is calling out the pings on some of these mirrors, and you're not wasting any time getting through some of the soft tissue. Hoven is, of course, exposed to anyone in CCTV.
That 90 wall isn't reinforced here, Lan. That gives them a sideline to cut off the rotation from they cross from the Alpha side to the Bravo side. If they cross here from the lockers towards the office side, it's going to be cut off. You can see Joe, he's going to be hampered, but luckily they do have that deployable shield to give them some sort of cover.
E1D gets popped. Seminella charges going down, which I like calling it.
Why? Why would you ever?
I don't know, man. It just kind of rolls off the tongue a little bit. But maybe just for me. But in saying that, Joe finally finds the drone. Might be able to hold it down for his team. Ape struggling to get through the hole here, his rotation. But unfortunately now put it to a hole. Punch and DZH getting removed off the board immediately as the E1D comes down, meaning Gaming Gladiators actually reacted at it quite well. Unfortunately, Hoven and Joe get refragged immediately, and now Onigiri and the rest of the attackers are in an advantage. Tolji and Ape, of course, on that board mean that it is anyone's game at all times. Sapper takes down Tolji, leaving Ape all alone, but the smoke with the Toxic Babes should be able to do something, if anything.
I can't believe he actually chooses to have that hollow on the SMG-11. I mean, you do you.
Look, it is a good sight. I like it.
Okay, I will
man.
say okay.
Look, I'm calling it now. Ape wins this 1v2, and you have to use that hollow for the rest of your siege career.
My goodness. I mean, I like it on rifles, but on the SMG-11, who knows?
Oh! Ape! I'm telling you, man, it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
Well, he's certainly proving me wrong! Let's Ape! He gets a triple kill in the hand! Monkey business abound! Toxic Babe to pop off! And I have sunken in my words. What a round here from Ape! And the Gaming Gladiators, a triple for him! He lifts these bananas up over his head. My goodness. Gaming Gladiators, 5 rounds in a row.
It's a good sight. You just don't like it because, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know why you don't like it, but clearly it is a good sight. Ape going all the way to clutch 2 rounds back to back in order for his team to take it now 5-3. 1 round away from taking match point and then going oh my gosh.
My goodness.
I can't believe you have to use that sight for the rest of the siege career.
What have you done to me? I'll try it on the
you know what?
SMG 11. Let me. I'll give it that.
Maybe you'll come to like it. Maybe it'll grow. on
Maybe
you.
it's a grower. Definitely not a shower,
Yeah.
but who knows?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
5-3. Look at this. The Nook coming from Mr. Punch.
They might have to pull out sneaky tactics this time around. They have to pull in the pocket picks. They gotta make it work. But Nook is an operator we've seen appear quite a lot in many leagues. It hasn't really stopped, and we're seeing her come make an appearance quite often these days. So as you can see on this little timeline here, this little replay, an apt and very swift headshot with the SMG-11 from Ape, doubling up on that actually from his previous kill, just resulting in a nice clean take for him to defuse the diffuser. But hey, we're on round 9 now. 5-3 to Gaming Gladiators here in Operation League, day 9.
It's a funny thing.
Second half of the split. Second half of the summer split.
It's a funny thing to defuse a diffuser. It's like
Yeah, I know, right?
planting a plant.
Do you remember when we used to smack the diffuser?
Oh yeah, like with the buttstock of your weapon, just whack.
It made no sense because, you know, like if you have a bomb or if you have like any like technical mechanical thing, you just don't touch it. You know?
You blow it up.
But
I guess.
classic Siege was just like punch it till it stops.
I mean, I like that theory, and I like the mentality of things. Wish it was more socially acceptable for different situations. But moving on forward, we do have now finally this comp, being committed. Nook, as you said, trying to go sneaky beaky, but DCH, early damage done towards him in that gunfight outside the security balcony. Trying to find more things to fight with, rather than TV balcony. Hoven, here from Tellers. That Vector can really shred things up, and we saw that a while ago. I'm not too sure where his Mirror's windows are placed. A lot of teams like to place one up above and one down below. Oh, that doesn't even go through. He can actually drop it, though, if he shoots out the right parts of this.
It's stuck on top of the actual steel railing, so it's stuck upstairs now.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a bit of bad luck, but Hoven won't be able to get that one back. DCH dropping a little bit low, but Ape now off the board means that their top fragger is also no longer... Oh, actually, no, their top fragger is Joe. Hoven picks up a nice kill onto Onigiri, meaning one more defender on that team has another kill under his belt, and Hoven now in the double digits. So, Drone as well off the board, and, you know, like we've said many times before, this Vector is an absolute beast. It shreds up like that! And Sapper not on the board anymore does mean they don't have their Ash, they don't have their entry, and they are going to struggle getting in on that site. Mr. Punch is going to have to find a pocket pick here and get a couple of sneaky takedowns in order to make this work for the attacking team.
Yeah, they've lost their 2 opening entries. It's going to be hard to close the door if they can't even get their foot within it, but that's a good opening here. Mr. Punch and Mark, they answer back, retaliate. 3v2, and now suddenly the man advantage has gone their way. Hoven and Rix going to have to come in big here. The advantage here from Gaming Gladiators, 3-5. Certainly be cut down into a single round if Elevate take this. They still have yet to really face the brunt of Mr. Punch on that Nook, but there it comes in. DCH from up above on the square keeps things round. Rix, he's only had a single kill this entire game. The diffuser going to be stuck. They're going to get this plant off there. What can he do?
Yeah, unfortunately, he has too many angles to worry about. He's got too many things on his plate, and with the UMP-45, it's just not going to work out, especially not with a castle. Especially when you're up against firepower like that. Round 10 now, and Summer... And, sorry, I read Summer instead of looking at the Elevate logo. But Elevate have clawed their way through another round and finally found another win. Now, after a losing streak of 5 rounds in a row. By the way, 5 rounds in a row. They lost consecutively. The first round here for them. Can they pull in another 2 to take the match point for themselves? I think they can. But I think Gaming Gladiators are already gaining a lot of momentum. And that last round was just unfortunate that Hoven got picked off at an angle he was not aware of, which, you know, sure, that is his responsibility and his fault. But he also lost the C4.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of power play and a lot of utility they lost due to just bad luck, really.
Yeah, they look pretty locked in, and that's considering the fact that Rix only has a single kill in this game, but his utility has been on point. This castle once more to come out. They're going to be playing down below once more, going for that Teller's pick, which is, I think, quite curious. The site that we have seen, the teams want to fight for this second floor to get that offices, gains you control of the hatch, which is the main hatch right above the site. It's not going to be one that the Gaming Gladiators are looking to reinforce right now. They seem to want to play off of it later on. So you can see they have this mirror window placed here facing the opposite side, facing towards the fountain, not the other way around. Do they even have reinforcements within that office? I'm not too sure.
Doesn't seem to be a lot there, actually.
Actually, no, it is facing towards the office. It's black on this side, though, which is confusing for a sec.
Oh, it's very hard to notice. But in saying that, Onigiri opens it up with a nice LMG kill onto Hoven, and that's her mirror. And sure, her mirror windows are already, her black windows are already placed down. And a nice C4 kill from Ape.
Okay, great retaliation. Takes away the nades that they otherwise could have had.
Oh, Ape didn't shoot out the Rotero drone to hide and conceal his presence. Now he has a jump on potentially 2 members of the attack.
Where's he looking?
He's holding the angle. Yo, where's he looking? He finds one.
He's so
rotates
lucky.
out of there.
He's so lucky Onigiri didn't look his way.
Super lucky. Oh, and look at this. He's opened the wall to find a longer angle to control that same spot and that entry onto Tellers. What a decision and control point. And fantastic rotation from Ape.
Yeah, great spot he played. Luckily for him, the timing favors him out in the end. But this could be a 6th round here for the Gaming Gladiators. Claymore placed by Mark from up above. Still, can't deal with that office's hold. The vertical extension that the Gaming Gladiators here have proposed, seemingly not really solved just yet by Elevate. They do have this Jackal, but we really haven't seen it catch out much of the roamers here on the GG side.
Not at all. So it's still a bit of a stalemate. Sure, Elevate are down a man, but they also still have 3 Rotero drones available, and Jackal can still scan for quite a bit. They have a lot of Heart Breach available to them as well. They just need to find a couple more opening picks so that it makes it easier for them to get onto site. But unfortunately for them, Gaming Gladiators don't have to do anything. As a defender, all you need to do is buy time. You don't have to push the opponent, and that's exactly what they're doing. They hold some of these angles down, and they know. Look at Rix. He's already repositioning because he saw their feet. Sapper already peeked that, now has to rotate out of there. He doesn't have that safe available to them anymore. Now the C4 goes off, but unfortunately Mark takes a lot of damage here. Not a good position for him to try to put the diffuser down.
What
8 finds a kill onto Mr. Punch. Sapper gets taken out as well. And as more explosives go off, Mark gets taken out for a nice, easy round for the defenders. Gaming Gladiators now on match point.
Ape just did so much on that round, in that round.
So much
and
work.
They just collapsed here on the attack when they knew they were going to have to try and go for kind of like a desperate plant. You're able to really pincer them and catch them from everywhere. Now back up to 2 rounds above Elevate. Gaming Gladiators, they've taken their match point here on the defensive side. And this could be a repeat of what we saw last time around where Gaming Gladiators, they beat Elevate. But that one was in overtime. It won the last 2 rounds of overtime, and if Elevate can extend this into that OT slot, 6-6, they have a really good chance of seeking their revenge. But now, once more, very high-powered composition coming here from Elevate. The Nuck this time coming around could be the difference maker. We saw them run this comp a few rounds ago, but they had the Zofia in that case. Will they stick to this Nuck? To be fair,
I hope they don't. It isn't really what they need at this point.
to be fair,
They do...
the one round that they did win was when they had the Nuck, but even though they got the pick with that Nuck on Mr. Punch, I don't think it was necessarily the biggest factor that's why they won that one round.
It's definitely not a contributing factor this time around. I honestly think they need a little bit more utility. Nook isn't going to provide that. Sure, she can actually navigate through the map silently and inconspicuously, but they need to be able to dismantle the defenses of Gaming Gladiators, because those mirror windows are still staying up. They're not able to take that down. They brought the Twitch drone in order to, you know, in order to make that happen for them, but that hinges on the defenders not shooting the Twitch drone.
Yeah.
And that's a 50-50 thing.
I would have liked for them to switch off of the Nook, seeing at how there isn't really much heavy utility that they have to circumvent with the Nook. Like maybe if there was, let's say, a Melusi, you know, there's some Banshees around or something that they want to be able to bypass, then that could have been big. Or maybe there's Valcams around that they want to be able to walk past without having to deal with, but those aren't online, and especially with the Valk being banned. Not too sure what the game plan here is for Elevate. They could be sinking here in the game if Gaming Gladiators, they find these picks and stall enough time. Things could work out in their favor. Rick's early damage done towards him from down below. Interestingly enough, I think for him to have, like, for them to put the castle there, it gives him actually a lot more value, because he's placed his utility down. All he has to do here is fight. Well,
it just feels a little stale right now. Every team is very on edge. They can't make a mistake. Elevate are literally on death's door, and they can't afford to lose this. They need to take that first place slot, and Gaming Gladiators need to solidify themselves on that ladder.
Bomb located by attackers.
You can see the nerves are all up on Elevate, pre-firing a lot of these angles that they don't necessarily have to, and you know, sure, they're being precautious. But at this point, when they're trying to take some of these angles, they can forget these things. But oh, DCH with a very swift kill onto Ape, removes that mute, takes away that C4, and Joe takes a lot of damage as well.
The
F2 gets taken out like that.
F2 supremacy.
You, man, you can nerf that thing as much as you want, but it is the weapon of choice for DCH here as he pushes onto site as a support player, who is, of course, we all know, quite the fragger. The diffuser is going down, and Elevate might be able to save themselves here. All members of that roster are still up, and they are taking GG one by one. They are not done with this round yet. They are not done with this game, and only 2 members are left. 1 member is left. Tolji will not be able to take down all 5. He takes down 1, but it's not over yet. 30 seconds left on that clock, and he has a lot of work to do and a lot of ground to cover. 2 magnets left, but it won't save him as he flops over the side of the staircase. Elevate find 1 more round to pull in as they try to take on overtime.
This is looking like an overtime situation. You can see Joe like, how low were you really, Twitch? The words of the great Canadian, you're playing Twitch, I've got an ump.
I mean, that's exactly what it is, you know? Unless you one-tap that guy in the head, it is not happening. You are not winning that fight.
That is certainly true. 5-6. If you want to go for DPS, F2 is the way. But if you want to go for wins, overtime is the way. In this case, they need to extend this. Get this 1 round. Be able to equalize things up. Put everything on the line when the stakes are so high. A battle for potentially the first slot in this tournament. The #1 seed currently in the leaderboard. That's what these 2 teams are fighting for. Elevate and Gaming Gladiators seeming to be a classic matchup that we've seen during Playday 2, go into overtime on this exact map. Could be the case here once more. Both teams have information on the other. They know how the other likes to play. Seeing on how their previous border games have gone. It's Elevate who are just searching, vying for that shot at redemption. May it come. For them, we're going to have to see. Looking at the comp here, will they actually switch out into the Zofie? Yes, they do. Zofie, Jackal, and Twitch. I like this comp, but I'm not too sure still about that Nook. They do have the nades at the very least on him, but I think the Sledge could have been a bit better. See how they really utilize this. At the very least, you'd potentially circumvent some of the cams, but that's really much of it.
Do you think Elevate can actually take this overtime? I definitely think they can.
For sure.
I still think Gaming Gladiators Ooh, actually, Elevate. Oh, Elevate start on defense in overtime. If they actually make it to overtime, they'll win. So Gaming Gladiators statistically have to win now. This is their best chance, and anything past this is an uphill climb. Because they did not do well on that attack. They still lost the first 3 rounds. And they swap back into attack, they might lose their momentum, they might lose their pacing. And Elevate just do so much better in that position. Oh my gosh, I take that back. As soon as Sapper got hit with a C4, he is done now. Unless he is getting picked up, but it might just be over. An impact grenade to trick out the ace charges there.
Yeah. The Selma's being taken out. Good job by Tolji. He still has one more to trick that. You can see him try and bait it out. That he does. One more Selma. But he's not going to be able to destroy this one this time. He shoots it out of his own volition. Be able to try and get an earlier angle on it. Still, he's going to be safe here for the meantime within this fountain. But they know his position. He can get naded out if he's not careful. Joe, he's here to help. They've got a good crossfire to try and shut this push down. Ooh, Hoven still gets a kill in the Mr. Punch. This is looking like a potential done round in the final round of regulation.
Yeah, this looks like it's about to be finished. Honestly, Gaming Gladiators not only have a man count number. Okay, Sapper finds a nice kill. That's a pretty decent kill. Now that Rix isn't roaming around, they actually might be able to win this one.
Never mind. Oh,
okay, well. Oh, okay, back and forth. 8 finds 1. It's all down to DCH. If DCH finds a kill here, it'll be a miracle. But honestly, at the rate this is going, GG. Gaming Gladiators have this done in, have this in the bag. And unfortunately, with the diffuser, not even close to them.
Great
and
find.
Being shot through the floor like that, I cannot believe that he is even still alive. DZH finds that kill and he has to pre-fire every single corner possible. And as he picks up the diffuser, Gaming Gladiators just have to wait. Ape is playing the waiting game. He's only got 15 seconds left in the clock, and Tolji has an angle upstairs.
There's
no way DCH actually wins this.
Even if he kills Ape. Even if he kills Ape, they have the basically safe check there on Tolji from up above. Yeah, he's pretty much their backline that's going to secure the round. The fact that he was playing from second floor secures it for them. And Gaming Gladiators, once more, defeat Elevate here on Villa for the second time over. This time not even going to overtime, but it came to the final round of regulation. That 5-round win here, Land, that we saw from the Gaming Gladiators was just impeccable for them. And it really catapulted them into a position to take this game on Nigiri 11 on the man.
Honestly, we predicted this, we saw this coming, but at the same time, it was such a hard-fought battle for Ape and for the rest of Gaming Gladiators. I only say Ape first because obviously he performed very well along with Tolji and Joe, and the rest of the roster as well. But it was a very slow start for Gaming Gladiators. But once they found their second win, they won 5 rounds in a row, and it went back and forth from there. They lost a little bit of their momentum, but Elevate just couldn't get past some of those rounds. And unfortunately, the first 2 kills and the first 2 deaths on Elevate in that last round for a match point just really put them on the back foot, and they just could not recover.
Yeah, it was, I guess, them really giving up too much ground for them to take back in the end, and that's what helped the Gaming Gladiators, right, secure it over Elevate. Unfortunately here for Elevate, not able to get the revenge that they've been seeking ever since that second play day. For the meantime, though, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators still holding on to that first top slot in the leaderboard, and that's going to remain true for the longevity of most of this tournament, barring maybe some crazy stuff happening where they lose their subsequent matches and then we see the Elevate squad really perform super well. But for the meantime, yeah, Gaming Gladiators securing themselves as the best team so far here in the tournament.
And they are leading the leaderboard by a mile. They are now, I believe, 22 points on that ladder, and it is just a mile and a half against a lot of these other players. They are 24 in a 24 round the round differential is gonna change, but they're just doing very well. That's all I can really say. And
you guys can do well too if you have that Rainbow Six Operation League C pin on your chest as you enter your ranked matches. So make sure you enter the hashtag and make sure you're following the channel for your opportunity to win one of these badges. Second one for the night. So there's 2 more across the games. Don't miss it out. Make sure you're staying in tune and you're watching some of these matches as they run by, and you'll be alongside with us as we swag up with some nice merchandise.
Very, very cool. You guys, once more, can win as well, as we've seen some of the teams here today win their matches. You guys, hopefully with a bit of luck going your way, that fortune will favor you. But for the meantime, that's the opening 2 games of the night. We still have Northern Forces versus the Direwolves coming up next, and right after that, Champs versus OBS. Obsession is what we're going to end the day with. Elevate versus Gaming Gladiator. Did you predict Elevate for this match?
No, I predicted Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. Well, I think
I believe in Mud Boy Ape.
Most of us kind of did, and I think your faith was well founded in this case. 7-5, great win that they've showed here. But I'm excited for the next match. Direwolves. We've seen them had kind of quite like Fury, where they struggled early on, but were able to close things out near the latter stages of this tournament. They've been picking up steam, and let's see if they can continue their tirade here versus the Northern Forces when we come back from this break. I'm Black and Blue, with me Zion. We'll see you guys in a bit.
So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylist, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot, still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position, nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no T4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going at what? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis 1v4. Mix it a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Collis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
What a game that was. We almost had a overtime match, but unfortunately Elevate just didn't make the cut and didn't get over the finish line there. So we're going on to our next match of the night, and after an explosive performance like that, I can only hope this game is going to give us the same level of intensity, Black and Blue. The game coming up is Dire Wolves versus Northern Forces. I can only hope that these guys are going to put on just as much of a show as Gaming Gladiators did, because honestly that performance was bang on stellar.
Yeah, and the last times we saw these two teams match up earlier on, also on like play day 2, it was Dire Wolves coming out with a win 7-5 on Oregon. So if we get another kind of replication mirror match of what we saw a while ago, wherein it was, you know, Elevate going up against the Gaming Gladiators, or the Gaming Gladiators, they did it once more here on a on Border. Will we see more of that here continuing on forward? Now, I do think that Dire Wolves, and I think for the most part the rest of the casters and analysts on the desks, agree with me that Dire Wolves are the team to beat here. They're the favorite team to win this matchup versus Northern Forces. But that's not to say that Northern Forces, I think, are as big of an underdog as maybe a team like a Strafe might be, because they've had their struggles, yes, in this tournament, but they're fifth. They're fifth right now, and that's very close to Obsession as well in terms of their standings. Rather, they're sixth. They're tied up with Champions for that fifth and sixth slot potentially if they get one more point, and they have a really good chance, I think, of taking down Direwolves here, but it's still Direwolves who are, I think, the favorite team by far to win this team. We know where they come from, we know what they've done, and they've been in the Operation League for quite a while right now, and having that veterancy is really one of the biggest things that propels Direwolves furthermore. Can they finally get back into their groove, as we've seen them struggle early on in the tournament, but have now kind of maybe found a path to follow?
No, absolutely. They are definitely contending for a decent slot in the, I think, the lower half of the upper bracket. And it's going to be hard for them. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but they definitely have an opportunity there to actually make it through. In saying that, they're just trying to get through into the grand finals, right? They're just trying to get into playoffs there. But, you know what? Northern Forces have a decent chance, if anything. The Direwolves, they're essentially gatekeeping at this point, right? They're kind of like in a soft, they have a spot in that upper bracket, but it's not cemented there. They can definitely lose that if they don't play it well. If they lose this, and they have had rocky games. Rocky games. Northern Forces have played against them before. I don't remember the scoreline particularly. Do you have those stats on you? 7-5. They won that 7-5 against Direwolves.
No, they lost 7-5.
They lost, yeah, that's what I thought. So they lost it to Direwolves, and I mean, 7-5 is a close scoreline. And we saw the last match between Gaming Gladiators and Elevate, and that was a 7-5 game. And they were neck to neck in some of those rounds as well. I would not put it past Northern Forces to be able to win this one, but I honestly think they just might not have enough to take down Direwolves.
That was with them, Northern Forces, starting on a defensive side on Oregon. So for their struggles, really, I mean, it's not that big of a problem considering Oregon is one of the more equal maps we have. But yeah, I want to see Northern Forces really come up here.
Yeah, they definitely have what it takes. They've had some really good positions. They've had some really good rounds. Clazy's played a couple of times, and he's shown up in some good moments. Doesn't have the all the stats available for us to really say that he's been performing in every round, but someone who has been is Souffle. You look at that 95 kill count. Not many other players in this league have a 95 kill count. It doesn't matter if your KD is even or very positive. 95 as a total number. He is 5 away from a triple-digit score.
Well, those digits are certainly numbers that are astronomical, right? For him to have that much up on the board, 95 Souffle, he's really cooking. We just want to wonder what's his next dish going to be. Could be Northern Forces up here on the platter is what he's going to work with. But yeah, on the opposite side of things, he's, I guess, Shadow. He's been really living in the shadow of Souffle, but he's been doing a good job as well as a utility-based player, and it's been helping them at least come back in the latter stages of this tournament. Looking to see Direwolves. They were one of the teams that we were looking at early on to potentially be at the top there, along with Elevate, but it never came that way, and they're kind of middle of the pack right now, 4th place, vying for more, and that's definitely viable. But Cafe to be picked here right now as of the moment. This is an interesting map, I think, for both of these teams. We look at how they have played, their last few matches. I think the last time we actually saw Direwolves play on Cafe was actually outside of this season tournament. That was like last season. They haven't played Cafe this tournament just yet, so there's a lot of unknowns here coming for them.
Yeah, so we are essentially on rocky, in uncharted territory, is what I should say. So we don't really know exactly what's going to happen, but on a map like Cafe Dostoevsky, it is very defender-sided. So we do know that Northern Forces have an opportunity here. They need to take this opportunity. They need to grow on it. They need to really run away with it, if anything. Direwolves will take any moment, any chance for momentum. They're not as aggressive or as gun-ho as Fury, but they definitely are. They're definitely just as capable. They have had some very good moments. We know exactly what Souffle is capable of doing, and the rest of the roster is able to also fall in line and able to pick up the pieces and manage a lot of these rounds without him. So Northern Forces have surprises though. Xuan and Racy have had some really good moments. All members have had their own, their time in the limelight. But is it going to be enough to take on an experienced team like Direwolves, who, you're sure, are not exactly in a great position?
To say they're had some struggles early on wouldn't be too far-fetched, but those have been mitigated in the past and as of recent at the very least. So Direwolves, they're continuing to howl, stay as a pack, and they know that is where they are best. We're waiting for this game to finally commence. And what can Northern Forces do here? They do have information on how Direwolves generally like to play, but as we said, we've yet to see the Direwolves play here on this map, on Cafe, in this season. Thatcher being banned out, I think, pretty stock and standard. I mean, Cafe is one of those more standard maps, been there since the dawn of time in the rotation, and teams know generally how to play it. So, take out Thatcher, not too big of a problem. This is what teams kind of expect already. Second follow-up ban, Flores. I think interesting. Lots of utility can be left further standing here on the defensive side, if not specifically with the attacking side choosing, lots of maybe frag grenade operators or something like that. So that's a good ban here, especially on those top floor holds.
Yeah, time and time again, Flores does provide quite a lot of value for the attacking team, being able to dismantle a lot of the defenses and a lot of the utility in their way as they try to make it onto site. Thatcher, of course, makes it a little bit too easy, but Wamai is an operator that's found a lot of flexibility and a very strong place in the meta. Removing him is quite common, along with an operator like Valkyrie, who has just too many hiding spots for her black eye cameras on a map like Cafe Dostoevsky. A lot of cabinets, a lot of secret little hidey spots. So definitely an operator to keep an eye out for, especially when you're playing a map like this. But without her on the board, we're going to be looking at operators to fill in that void, and one of those is going to be Clazy on Castle. I mean, which completely makes sense over Reading Room and Fireplace.
Yeah. We do see teams try and employ this, especially knowing that Reading Room is a site that teams like to hold above for. You see lots of teams try and play that cocktail balcony right above, and those windows are a very big problem when holding that cocktail balcony, so they can utilize these castle barricades to block off those windows, which I think it could be what we're going to see here. Where is the castle? Can't even find him. Where's Clazy? Let's go over to him. I want to see what he's doing with this castle. It's gonna have very big implications. I think he's, up above, so he could be dealing with those big walls, those big opening entrances, and as well as the windows. But no, he actually places one. Ooh, I like this. He places one here within that vault. And you can expect a lot of teams to try and hold that vault from that cocktail balcony. As we said, they have a rotation on in. And this castle is going to make things a lot more difficult for the push. But interestingly enough, they also reinforce fully those western-facing walls within that vault towards the piano room, which is typically walls that lots of teams like to leave open as sightlines to further contest from far away into that piano room. But let's see exactly here how Northern Forces plays this. The Kaid could be big as well. He's got the Nitro Cell, Electro Claws, not too sure where they placed him. He can definitely gambit. That one is probably somewhere on a hatch, but don't find that just yet.
Sledge doing his job, opening up a lot of these hatches for free, and now that it looks like Harambe is dueling with a lot of this. Finally got a drone in there safely, now trying to find a little bit more information for the team to be able to work on. Right now it's a bit of a stalemate as they are being denied a lot of information, but Racy here on the white stairs is able to control that hallway quite well, as they are anticipating a lot of members already making their way into that building. But the truth is, a lot of them still outside. They're not even close.
They're playing this skylight to maybe find an opportunity to get a pick or a drop-off. Look at Schwan here, waiting from down below for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Oh, Clazy.
Clazy's playing
Surely
this.
not.
He's playing the anti-repel. He could hop out if he ever so chooses, but I'm not too sure if that's what he's going to opt for as of the moment. Barricaded.
I don't think it's the right choice.
Electrified, yeah. Oh, they're already
There's
here.
no one there right now. Yeah, exactly. They're already on site. Clazy finds a nice kill into Pecan, though, so there goes your Nomad. Early into our game like this, that's a pretty big pick to find.
Still a good position for them to have. With Bin Bin being alive in that vault, Clazy can still continue to hold onto this balcony. This bar being influential. Jaeger from down below finds a kill. Here comes Bin Bin. Quick trade, though, from Souffle, who's been having himself an absolute monster of a tournament, but 2v4 might be a bit too out of his hands.
Defenders now pulling back closer to site. Yiga not being taken off that board as well does mean that he might be able to be picked up by the rest of his team, but not if Souffle can find him first. He's trying to find where this member has dropped, but unfortunately he's just out of his reach just now. Jackie Wu going to turn this corner, going to win that trade and pick up 2 for himself on a double kill against Yiga and Clazy.
Real opportunity here for them to throw this one on back. 2v2. They've equalized the odds. And now things could go even better. Schwan, he's waiting here in the corner. If they don't expect this, then he can get found. And that he does. Triple on Jackie Wu. Going big. Toxic Bathe still in the hands here of Ray C. But he doesn't win out the fight against Jackie Wu. A 4K quad kill to take round number 1.
We keep talking about Souffle, but the man was putting down the diffuser and Jackie Wu had sights on all defenders as they tried to push and stop that plant. So a great play by the Finker, actually able to hold that down. Sure, the magazine played a big part in it, but in the end it was reaction, it was prediction, and he played those positions to a T. So great job by Jackie there from the Direwolves, being able to take that first round despite the numbers disadvantage. He got a 4K out of that. That was big.
Quad kill for him, as you said. Farming them a bit. Definitely going to give his confidence up. Dire Wolves, the prowess that they have to take that round number 1 when it didn't seem to be theirs is evident. The Nomad here could be a problem for the very sprawling defense that we like to see Northern Forces imply, but they're going back up towards the reading room this time. I think their idea to hold towards that top floor was pretty good. If anything, they should have won that round. It was a 4v2. Their top floor hold worked, but they just gave up those opening picks, and it allowed Direwolves to really get themselves back into the game and clutch things out. So, Northern Forces, good intents that we've seen, just not good results from that one in the end.
Yeah, Souffle, just look at that guy, just chilling by the piano. Might play some music for us, who knows? But all members kind of just taking their time getting inside now. Northern Forces had a good start. Unfortunately, just lost trades just to superior gunfight there. Jackie was stimmed for most of that, so he had better ADS time, better aim. Harambe being taken off the board quite early, unfortunately. Racy picking up that kill with the SMG. Quite fast, if anything. That's a nice opening kill for the attacker, for the defenders, and that makes it really hard for them because now they don't have that hard breach. They still have ace, and that's still on the board, but it's much less when you take into consideration how flexible the Habana is.
My goodness.
Oh my gosh, the run out.
Wow, perfect timed. They knew that one was on that western facing wall. Repelled perfectly in that catch. Souffle, great find here in the bin. The trade comes out on Clazy to up top. Look at that, double ADS to support this deployable shield here in the cocktail. Clazy has a good position, but this time he doesn't have Bin to support him within that vault behind the bar. But here comes in Racy to try and take that mantle. Still 3 toxic baids to utilize. A minute and a half left on the clock for Direwolves to utilize with. We've got a drone down below, but still, the top floor control that they're trying to fight over, not being seized just yet. Jackie Wu actually has a great position here to potentially catch one on out. I'm not too sure if they realize this, but now they do. They hear his gunshot ring out. Now they know his presence has been alerted.
Yeah, his teammates looks like his teammates reconvened with him. Shadow is around the corner. Jackie's taking a lot of damage here. Might have to stim himself back to health, but it wasn't quite a workaround for them as they try to rotate all around the map just so they can pick up that diffuser and just so they can make this one work. Again, another situation that we've seen mirrored in that last match, a 4-2 situation with Direwolves on that deficit, and now that they're trying to find this back, they're working in a clutch situation where honestly they shouldn't be having to. And Shadow picks up another kill. Schwan goes down. That evens it out again, and somehow Direwolves are still clinging on to all. What is happening? How is Northern Forces consistently losing this out in a numbers advantage? Because they just randomly peek angles. Because they honestly don't have to.
No way.
They do not have to peek these angles. For real.
Another 4v2 here, land converted against them. That is a heartbreaker. Twice in a row.
They must be so disheartened.
Direwolves
honestly, coming into
to
this round, coming to this next round, their mental has to be so strong and not to be tilted at this point, because they've had man advantage every time and they've lost it. Major man advantage as well, by the way. 2 men up and they just drop it because they peek the wrong angles. They're not prepared for some of the angles that the attackers are holding. They're not anticipating. They're not, if anything, giving them the credit or the respect they deserve to assume that, you know what, I could probably get taken out around this next corner. I should probably be careful. They're assuming that you're safe along most of these corners and that they might be able to take Direwolves. They need to be able to have that level of respect for Direwolves and what they're capable of doing, because as soon as they get a lead, they just drop the ball.
Certainly letting things slip away from their hands when it should have almost assuredly been theirs. But much to the credit as well of Direwolves, they're so good at making sure that these openings, these opportunities don't go unpunished, and takes a good team to be able to punish those type of mistakes. Northern Forces, they've been giving up a lot of mistakes here. You see those peaks come in one by one. The trades never really coming true for them. It's been a big point of contention for this squad that we're gonna want to see Northern Forces really mitigate.
I mean, he had a UMP-45, so what do you expect?
Yeah, but then again, it shouldn't have come down to that, right? It should have been...
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly my point. They shouldn't have to be peeking those angles. They lost a lot of that because they just got greedy. They were like, we need to keep taking these kills and end these rounds quick. But the fact is, every time they try to push these angles, they put themselves in bad positions. And Direwolves don't even know where they are most of the time. You see them throw frag grenades because they're assuming they would be in the superior position if they could be. So then they give them the credit and they throw a frag grenade there. They cook it, they throw it, and if it doesn't pick up anything, that's perfectly fine because they made sure they covered their bases and they kept themselves safe in a lot of those situations. Unfortunately, though, Northern Forces aren't doing that same thing. It is a new round, of course, and it's only been 2 rounds. There's ample opportunities for them to fix their mistakes and learn from their shortcomings. But losing Schwan this early is massive because Azami now not able to put down those Kiba barriers is going to be very painful. But a free kill! Clazy picks up Pecan as he just rappels in. Not enough intel to tell him that, you know what, a Maestro's going to be right here. I should probably not do that.
Yeah, it was a bad gamble. Now, normally you would have an operator there that does have nades to play that position on that window specifically so he can chuck a nade in, use that, to flush out anybody in the corner, but not expecting Clazy to be there. Should have recognized once the ADS gone off that it's a safe position to play. Clazy still alive. And to have that Maestro alive for a post-fan scenario is going to be big. Nitrocell doesn't really connect on much. 4v4. Still got 2 nades on Shadow, but great shot here from Yiga.
I believe that Nitrocell was shot out. It did not go off at all.
Oh, you're right.
So, good reaction from the attacking team to be able to catch that one. Souffle holding this angle from the White Hall. And over in bathroom. And, Clazy, I mean, the rest of again, pushing angles they don't have to. Putting themselves in positions they don't have to be in. And just exposing where they are in times where they could be safer. 2-2 situation, not completely in the hands of Direwolves just yet. They don't have the diffuser. They are now 1 man down, so Souffle might have to take on this 1v2, and as a sledge he might be able to make that happen. One around the corner, unfortunately, will be able to find him, but not the other. Ray C finds Souffle, and Northern Forces find their first win on defense.
So close, but yeah, finally they get the round going. Such a close round for them potentially. Third round goes into the Northern Forces side. 1-2. Dire Wolves. Initially, kind of like good control that they had, but as soon as we saw that Maverick go down, everything just, I guess, crumbled with it. Pecan, for him to get found by the Maestro early on was, on Clazy, was a big point that they could have utilized. His nades and obviously his potential as a Maverick would have been big. I'm curious too that they used the Hibana X Kairos pellets to open up that small crouchable hole into the piano room into Christmas, when typically if you have a Maverick, he'd be the one dealing with that. But then again, they wanted him to be that nade operator playing from the cocktail balcony window. Still, that new bulk, big point, big position, power position really, that Northern Forces utilized, the entire cocktail balcony. It's a big key to their win. Northern Forces, though, they're going back up to the reading room. Site we've seen them play twice already, but you lose, and those came down to big numbers as well, 4v2s that they've lost to this, so hopefully they can get better results here now that they're back on the reading.
There's still some semblance of hope left for the Northern Forces. They're not too far behind, only one round, and it's very early into the game, of course, so we have to give them some credit, and they have to give them the opportunity to be able to take this one away. So, Smoke back on the board now, along with all the other operators that we have seen. Clazy's still on that castle, though. It's really stuck to playing around the reinforced barricades.
Yeah, well, see how to utilize this. Preemptively trying to bait them by opening the hatch. Racy falls all the way back down into reading.
I'm just surprised Racy's got the FMG. Like, of all, like, sure, it's a great SMG. It's accurate. It does its job. But you normally see the shotgun instead. You know?
Yeah. Especially on a Smoke. Like, on a Mute, I get it. Sometimes you don't want to play that shotgun. You want to play the MP5K. On a Smoke, curious decision. I want to see how they utilize this. He's got the second SMG as well in his pocket with the SMG-11 to utilize, so how exactly that will turn out, unknown. Clazy, though, once again, always playing this cocktail balcony angle. A lot of times supported with a deployable shield, but not this case around. It's been dealt with. Whoa. Look at this.
Hibana going in for a bit of a ad hoc breach here. Trying to gain a little bit more intel, get a little bit more insight, but we have the one defender on site now dropped. So Clazy's out of there. He's not going to defend that anymore. And they essentially have the second floor now. So Dire Wolves now have second floor control. They might be able to make something happen. Souffle gets taken out there. Schwan finds that kill. And, Jackie Wu, he can't push through that smoke or he will get taken out, especially with an adrenal surge.
Yeah.
And for all those that don't know,
you
the
breathe
adrenal
harder.
surge essentially just, you just breathe harder. And through science, through the power of science, you also take in the toxins a little bit faster as well. Yeah. So Clazy now gets caught out, taking down some of this walling to try to find an angle through the actual fireplace, but the enemy attackers are all around and they are not safe. They're gonna have to pull back here, but
wow,
all angles and all entrances and exits are covered by the attackers, and they find him on that rotation there. Racy refrags right off the Pecan, finds that kill, and now saves it over for the rest of the team as they level out the numbers and take one more down. Shadow being removed off the board with a headshot.
3v1. Northern Forces, okay, looking to tie things up here. It's on to Jackie Wu. Hopefully we can get his perspective, as he's the only player left for Dire Wolves. 2v1 once more. Can we see more heroics from him? And this is actually a good plan. He still has time to get off of it if he really has to. Here it goes down. Nitro
no!
But Racy secures around anyways in the end, coming from the pillar side. Northern Forces, they tie up the game 2-2.
Unlucky, unfortunately. But, hey, they got that round. So, Northern Forces bringing the fight to the table. And Dire Wolves, again, like we said, they're not having a really smooth time. It's been rocky for them at best.
It's definitely been a struggle here. We're seeing from the Northern Forces' side, early on at least. But now they've kind of rallied back, and that's a really good point. If they can close out this half, maybe 4-2, then they could definitely have a good chance of pulling off an upset here versus the Dire Wolves. So, whatever kind of plans the Direwolves have right now on this attacking side, they're going to have to make it work as the Northern Forces slowly building up steam here. They're choosing to go once more, instead of reading this time, they're going for that train room hold, which is a curious one, I think. Fireplace and train. Like, it's a site that most teams aren't too favored in wanting to play, but since a lot of teams have also shifted away from wanting to even play Kitchen in the first place entirely, it makes sense why the Northern Forces came here.
Kapkan stacking 3 on the freezer door. Very nice.
Not even on different sides. All on the same one side, yes.
Yeah. I mean, like, easily mitigated by anyone looking through Skylight, but hey, maybe they won't. I mean, and that's the charm of Kapkan. You'll just randomly find a takedown. Like, out of nowhere, it'll just pop off and, like, your notifications just turn up. You got a kill. But you know what? Khan. Now on that Maverick.
Lots of rotations being opened up here for that ground floor. You can allow them to be quite flexible in their positioning, but also it can be a problem later on when it comes to the late round when Direwolves have positioned themselves and maybe circumference the entire area. But look at this, Yiga, he somehow goes down. I'm not too sure how that came to pass, but Harambe, he gets found by Racy. That's their only real hard breacher.
Soft trade, yeah, exactly. But okay, so Yiga gets found, he gets saved, but the diffuser now has to be picked up. Surely they saw that it got dropped on that kill onto Harambe, and they might put a little bit more defense and try to occupy and hold that diffuser, or they might just give it back to them. No, it looks like Jackie Wu's managed to pick that one up.
Alrighty. Well, Northern Forces, they find the opening pick. Early damage going towards Yiga, but he's still alive to fight. Make sure not to go over that electrified hatch with a drone. Kalazi being the anchor within the site here in the Train Museum. They have a good place to catch out anybody coming down from that red stairs if it ever does come to it. So, top floor control looking to be taken first and foremost here by the Dire Wolves, but Shadow is coming from down under. Gets rid of that bear trap. But he gets found anyways. Schwan realizing, hey, I just lost a piece of utility there. You're probably there.
Yeah, absolutely. Bin as well picking up Pecan. Puts Northern Forces on a near flawless round. If Jackie doesn't find a kill here, that's it. He's the last one left. But no, he won't. Kalazi finds that kill and it's a flawless round for Northern Forces. A completely bipolar performance from their first 2 rounds. But they are turning up where it really matters.
It's looking like a very, very different Northern Forces right now, but so is true for Dire Wolves. Like, I don't know what happened. It seems like the wind is just falling out of the sails.
They just drank some Red Bull. They drank some Red Bull and they were just like, you know, they gained wings and they're in the zone now.
They charged up. They were like, you guys might have the adrenal surge, but we got some really good juice.
We got some Red Bull.
We got some Red Bull.
They have that new tropical flavor, that new summer flavor, the dragon fruit. Definitely try that one out. It is my current favorite, for sure.
I'm more of a passion fruit type of guy, but okay.
Try it. It really surprised me. I did not expect dragon fruit to taste like that, because I've never had dragon fruit. Let's face, I'll be honest. But it was very surprising. It was subtle, but also quite sweet, and not overpowering. So a very nice addition to Red Bull's new flavored range. As we all know, they've
Oh. Okay.
Oh, you know what? You know what that does?
Yes.
It makes the actual bar counter bulletproof.
Yeah, it makes it actually a playable spot, which I think is a really smart use a lot of the times for this. I mean, that's kind of what the Rami was made for, right? You turn non-playable spots into a sudden playable spot with basically kind of a deployable shield that you can almost kind of place anywhere. More like a castle barricade, I guess, to be entirely true. But yeah. Curious
you know,
use.
like operators like Azami and Castle do one fundamental thing, and they restructure the map and how the attacking team engages with it.
So well.
Because, like you said, spots that weren't previously defendable become defendable.
Yeah.
And then even like open barricades like this become cloggable. You can close them up. You know,
from safety
you can do
too.
The same thing with hatches.
Unlike a castle that you have to walk up to it and all. Rami gives you so much more flexibility.
It's Castle 2.0, let's face it.
almost in a way. But look at this.
Oh my
I don't know,
gosh.
man. That was quite over-eager, even with the timing.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do that far out on a run out. You're clearly being pinged, and it was definitely a very greedy position to be in. Jaeger is not the biggest loss, so it's not completely over for Northern Forces.
Yeah.
But it's still one of your top fraggers.
So a lot of firepower taken off for sure. Definitely
Yeah, that
could've-
carbine is valuable to the defending team. It's one of the only ARs available, and Ray C with that kill count is a fundamental and core piece of that defense.
Really, the punch that brings is big, but they still do have the Alda at the very least, which is also a very heavy gun to utilize. Look at this. Opening up a one-way here. That's going to be much more difficult for them to
he
open
stacked
up.
it.
They completely
Look at
just
that.
closed it off like a castle barricade. That is huge for them to use that on pixel, an angle, a position rather that is really fought on over by the attacking side. Crazy, big pick for him to find this on Souffle.
Yeah, and Souffle is not exactly having the time of his life right now. Being taken off the board, it's relegated to being on the drones at this point. Swan being killed.
Oh.
And, ooh, a lot of damage onto Harambe from that Toxic Bait, but it holds him back from actually getting that breach off. A triple kill going down for Jackie Wu as he finds Yiga, and at least Bin Bin all alone on that defense. He finds Harambe, but it might not be enough as he gets picked off by Pecan. And that's Direwolves taking a round after a couple of losses. So they're finally finding some pace here again, but it's not enough to just take this win.
Yeah, finally tie things up at the end of the half. They lost 3 straight rounds, but they've answered back with one of their own to tie things up once more. But now they're on the defensive side here in Cafe. Finka coming out once more for Northern Forces. It is an operator that does quite benefit their playstyle, really, and so I'm not too surprised that they're one of the teams to try and defer to that a lot. I want to see how the defensive setup here from Direwolves is going to come in, especially knowing that they have a Mirror and a Zombie combo, which could be deadly, really, for the attacking side if played right.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Round 7. Oh, man.
Attackers have discovered the
It's
location of the
it's
bomb.
3-3 right now, and Direwolves finally swapped over to defense. Do you think Direwolves will do better on defense? I definitely think they'll do better on defense. It's a defender side of map. The fact they won 3 rounds on attack is already big.
Yeah.
Northern Forces are pretty aggressive, though.
We're going to have to see for ourselves, but I do think that Direwolves, they do play better here. Cafe, Dostoyevsky has been a 57% win rate, almost on the dot, here on the defensive side for the Operation League this season so far. So definitely defenders having that favor. I mean, that's true for most maps, aside from maybe like, what, Chalet and almost in a way Oregon. Oh, actually Bank as well, but that's about it. So for Northern Forces, they're the ones in a rougher patch right now. To close this game out, going to be a lot more difficult than to open it up strong, considering as well they're on the attacking side. We have yet to really see much Kitchen play here today on this map. We have seen a bit of a roam here on Kitchen a while ago in the opening half, but once more true again, as I think that's Souffle playing down there below, or Shadow. It is Shadow.
Well, you know Harambe is having a really rough time. He hasn't landed a single frag all game.
Oh my god, you're right.
Not a single kill.
He's on
He's
0.
had 2 assists. He's had 2 assists. He's contributed to his team twice in 6 rounds. He's not having a great time. And we see Harambe as a more of an anchor for the team as well. Sure, he's more of a supportive player. Not really a main fragger. But to only have 2 assists is a big fumble. And he's definitely having a rough time. So I hope to see him actually really shine here on this defense. There are definitely some opportunities for him to actually grow. But Souffle right now, as he tries to hold down these top stairs, he's kind of just waiting. He's got 5 Kiba barriers in his pocket, though. He's just waiting to use them.
Yeah, I think he's kind of reactively trying to use it instead of proactively. He's not going to necessarily reinforce a position just yet until he knows they're exactly going to be coming from that side. Now he uses one, and this gives him a good way to try and contest that, you know, that rappel in, that walk in, if it ever does come. Oh, this angle could have worked out for him. Yeah, it could have been really good, but at least he gets away from it relatively unscathed compared to the competition. Yiga does get a kill. Patches up that window. Just denies it from even being played.
I love it.
He's gonna have to work so hard to make that one work. And now that he's at the melee that one open, Pecan finds a nice kill on the Clazy, despite the diffuser already going down. So that diffuser will be planted. That's successful.
Ooh.
Oh no, it's not. They stop it in the nick of time. Bin Bin finds Souffle, and Northern Forces. They don't even have to plant it at all. They just take all the kills.
Yeah, great hold there. Coming in from Bin Bin. From really the Christmas room all the way down, holding the possible push or rotation here coming from Souffle and that Azami.
Already playing it like it was a post plant.
Yeah, that's what you kind of have to do. You keep your team in check. You have the position so that when it does get planted, you immediately have a position to deny any sort of hijinks on the opposing side. And great job here for Northern Forces to get that opening round of their attacking second half is huge.
Round 8 now, and the game is quite even for both Northern Forces and Direwolves. 30 seconds left on that prep phase. Of course, they're going to go over that, but insane. I mean, it's so close. I did not expect it to turn out this way. I always want Northern Forces to win, but I honestly think they don't have it in them. The fact that they're in the lead over Direwolves, I'm happy to be proven wrong. Let's face it.
Well, I think we all would be, as of the moment. Same with the Strafe a while ago, but obviously they went astray from that. So, off the beaten path, back into this one. Northern Forces.
You're quite the wordsmith today, aren't you?
I'd like to think so. It's been a long night. Northern Forces, well, things haven't gone down south just yet for them, right? But it's Direwolves who have been looking more like foxes as of late than the real alpha predator that we know them to be. This could change up, though. Defensive side from them, once again, they realize now, okay, this is how Northern Forces like to play on their attacking side. Let's adjust. We're back here once again on the second floor. And they've got some tools to work with. And that's really the biggest thing from them. That Mira plus Azami combo, that can sustain itself late into the round. It could be big, but look at the... Oh my goodness. Great anti-flank drone being already preemptively placed here. Coming in from Clazy. They know now just how much presence there is down below.
And they're definitely quite aware of the positioning of the enemy team right now. Hatches and breaches start going down. The Habana starting to get a lot of work in. Clazy's got that jammer, got that drone, but unfortunately gets taken out. Not able to find anything this time around. He has, I believe, he doesn't have any more left on him, so there's no more opportunity for him to take down these mirrors. They're gonna have to do it manually. Juan now pushing through, takes down the hologram, gets a ping that one member is holding that hall, and they know what this defense is like. They're not gonna push that. They're not at an advantage here. They're gonna have to find another way in, and they're gonna need to adapt and be a little bit fluid.
This Black Mirror here from Harambe is going to have to be absolutely crucial. He has an Nitro Cell to deny the plant on the default if it ever does come, but look at that spam from the skylight. Harambe knows he can't peek the right side anymore. Electro Claws, I mean rather, Dex Kairos on his mirror, but luckily it's going to be jammed by those mute jammers. Pecan, great Nitro Cell. They still have another Nitro Cell to check out if it ever does come to a Shadows. Does get some damage done early on, but you get crazy. They're going to find all the kills going their way, and so will Schwan. 4v2 immediately here in the Northern Forces side.
Souffle and Pecan are all that's left of that defense, and Northern Forces are looking so good right now. 35 seconds left in the clock. They just lost Yiga and Schwan, leaving Clazy and Racy all alone on that attack. But it's not completely over, as Pecan and Souffle are essentially just holding the White Hall. They have the entire northern side of that map available to them, and Clazy now all by himself. The Twitch with the F2 should... No, not the F2, the DMR. With the DMR should be able to make something happen. He doesn't know where the last member is. He does clean up the one on the ground.
That's his teammate.
But it's gonna come to... Oh, wait, yeah, this was his teammate, unfortunately. But, oh no. But, yeah, unfortunately, we still see him, like, get caught on this angle here as he does rotate through through the freezer. And, yeah, he just took the kill because he was like, you useless to me right now.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to pick you up. But I mean, like, that's all information he could have kept, right? Like, if he didn't kill him, his teammate would have been like, hey, he's over here.
Yeah. Well,
Because he died, he got killed from the same angle that his teammate was sitting in.
he wanted to, I guess, play in kind of like mano y mano, you know? Have a fair fight. But
Well, it's probably because there are no outlines, and his teammate was down, so he's assumed that was his foot.
he saw movement, flicked at it, oh wait, it's a friend. Or maybe no, my headcanon is that he comes from a very archaic land, and those people who are injured, you know, like a buffalo or a wildebeest, they're the ones who get left behind for the Crocs, yeah.
Unfortunately, dead weight is nothing for them here. Northern Forces and Direwolves finally tied up 4-4 on round 9 here on day 9 of the Operation League Southeast Asia. Well, I tell you what, Black and Blue, this summer split is turning up to be quite a time.
It definitely has been a jolly good one, I would like to say.
A jolly good one.
Yes.
Nice choice of words.
Uh-huh. Very, carefully picked for this exact scenario. They open up these western-facing walls, first and foremost, within that vault, and that's going to give that black mirror towards the cocktail balcony a lot more sightline very deep into the cigar portion of the map, into specifically the piano side. That's a position that we have seen the Northern Forces take a liking into wanting to push time and time on over when taking the top floor. They love to come from that Christmas side, very default, very by the book for 2017, but hey, it works, so you can't really knock it. So Northern Forces, they know that by this point, their playbook and their executes, they've kind of been already read. Direwolves know what to expect. How do they change things up now that they don't really bring much new to the table?
Oh, you are right. And I mean, Harambe sitting by the table, he still doesn't have anything on his plate, so maybe they might serve dinner soon. Frag grenade goes out. Jackie takes a little bit of damage, not too much, but it's nothing to be alarmed about, to be honest.
Was that rolled under the laser gate from Skylight? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think it definitely did. In saying that, Ray C has one left in his pocket. There's still 2 frag grenades both on Bin Bin and Xuan, so 5 in total, and 2 claymores from Clazy. So, not saying they're done yet. Ooh, that was a nice drone. They took out the bulletproof camera. Nice little utility there. No more shock drones from Clazy though. But they're finally getting those claymores down, and they're finally getting a little bit of utility in sight and on the building. 1 frag grenade from Xuan goes off. Doesn't pick up anyone just yet, unfortunately. But it does send a little bit of a message in saying that Bin Bin popping the adrenal surge to keep his team topped up. The Jackie Wu and the rest of the team are not, however, and they are pulling back off site before they get taken off, and so that they can defend this round just a little bit longer.
Oh, they're waiting on the wings. Still hoping for an opportunity to strike. 45 seconds left on the clock. 5v5, not a single player going down just yet, but that's all going to change right here, right now. Northern Forces, they're ready for this execute, and Direwolves also prepared to repel it. Second floor, top floor control, and the attacking Northern Forces' side, but the time is ticking. And as soon as that sand keeps on, hollowing away in the hourglass, it's not going to favor the Northern Forces' side. So Direwolves are in a good spot right now to shut this down as soon as the execute does come. Where's the timing coming from? Ray C catches out Shadow as well here. Bin Bin, everything crumbling. Harambe, only response here coming from the Direwolves side. But Harambe goes for a double. Jackie Wu as well. Souffle goes big. It's all on a Bin Bin. 1v1. He finds Souffle, but without time in his favor. It's the biggest problem. The hourglass being the only true enemy. And Direwolves take things with a small margin.
Playing Ring Around the Rosie there. The Jaeger manages to slip away from Finka in the nick of time, playing by the clock, as you mentioned, to his advantage. And that is how you play defense. It is not about picking up kills in Rainbow Six. It is playing the clock and playing objective, and he did that to perfection. So, Dire will finally take a round, and unfortunately Northern Forces just opted to drop down into, the depths of hell, literally into quite a literal kill box. Everyone that dropped down that hatch did not make it out of there. Bin Bin had to find another way in order to make that work for him. By the time he did that, it was already quite an uphill battle, and he started playing chase with Jackie Wu, and Jackie was just running around, and he just could not be caught. He could not be stopped either.
Man. the time there. Just bleeding out the clock a bit too short, a bit too dry, and we have our first kitchen defense of this entire match. It's coming from Direwolves' side. A lot of teams like to extend both vertically and horizontally. On this side, you can see a lot of VIP control a lot of times being held, but I don't think that's going to be the case here necessarily for Direwolves. They're not prepping for it. Instead, trying to focus more on the bakery-sided hold, at least when it comes to the horizontal point of things. And the red stairs is what they're also trying to utilize for their advantage. I'm curious to see if they have any sort of control up above in the museum side, because I haven't seen much of their members really go that way, so the vertical control is something that can be really big for this kitchen side hold. It's one of the reasons why a lot of teams don't like to play this kitchen hold, because of how much pressure you can take from up above. But that doesn't seem to be something that Direwolves are necessarily too afraid of yet.
You're not phased by it at all. It does seem to be a bit of a something secondary. Thunderbird being picked up, by the way. An operator we barely ever see. Echo also now showing a presence. He's had a very minimal presence here in the league, but does make his appearance once in a blue moon. For a site like this, he does get a lot of opportunities to kind of just sit back and use his yokai drones, but we do see Echo actually used quite aggressively and in a very forward position quite a lot as soft anchor. So we might see him around in the halls. That might be more where he's placed. Less of actually on site. That's something for more of a Pecan's pick here, as he tries to play on the hatches, now putting up a reinforced wall just in the nick of time. But Thunderbird, of course, with her Coda stations, will be able to keep the team topped up, and that's going to be something important, because Direwolves do notice that Northern Force is just so aggressive and you want to take these team fights, so they have to stay topped up, and it's their way of combating the Finka, right? Because Finka keeps their team topped up. Why not defense as well? But without Jackie Wu, that's going to be very hard. Jackie with 10 frags and only 6 deaths, he's a real force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. Looking
having him off the board, it's going to make it easier for them, right?
Looking quite formidable, he definitely is, and especially knowing that he had that Jaeger in his hands, which would have given them a lot more firepower. It's been something that Direwolves do bank on. Losing that pick, big. These Kona stations could also be a changer here, a game changer for Direwolves. A minute left on the clock, so not all hope is lost just yet. If you can play their cards right, things could go their favor still, but man, this fuse is really causing havoc down below. Clazy on the kill, traded out on Harambe. This was Souffle who went down. Man. Pecan, great find here in the dropping Ray C. 3v3.
Fuse was the original destroyer of utility. Back in the day, everyone kind of focused on him being a more of a frag securing operator, but that was never really his purpose. Just really meant to clear sight. But now here we see Pecan dueling it out against too many angles for himself to actually hold, and this attack from Northern Forces is actually quite successful. So unfortunately, Direwolves was just not able to hold this one down. And now moving on to round 11, it does look like Northern Forces are starting to pull up with some pretty decent competition. Like I said in the start, this is a 50-50 match. I definitely think they could go overtime. They could go full overtime, full best of 3 at the end of this. I definitely think so.
Definitely so. 5-5, things have tied on up, and we're continuing on further. Man, Northern Forces, they're really giving us a game here. Now, we knew that this one isn't going to be super one-sided, but for them to really tie things up versus Direwolves, I think is a great sign for them, or things to come, maybe further in the tournament. Able to lock things down, but can they close it out? That's the important thing.
You're not far off from it, and if anything, Northern Forces should be able to pull this one off. I voted for Direwolves, but I honestly think if Northern Forces can keep this up, they definitely deserve the win. A little bit of setup coming from both teams here as they try to put this one down. And rotations being made left, right, and center. Holograms being made to hold as well. And it does look like an intricate design from both sides of that mirror window to try to hold this and also try to hold down the Cigar Lounge. Opening this one up and using the mirror from over in Cocktail Lounge and sort of the corridor between Cocktail Lounge and White Hall to be able to lock it down for that defending team. So a nice long setup. We've seen it before multiple times already, but It's nice to see it set up and how it's elaborated. Using the alibi to bait out a couple of shots there, or even to hold off anyone trying to shoot on those angles, is a pretty smart idea, and I like to see it more often. Pulse being on this map though is pretty big. We haven't seen Pulse on Cafe just yet, but we have seen Pulse on Cafe to some great effect.
Man. Let's see, though, if that will continue on. It has had great results a while ago, but will that really be true? Look at Souffle here, going for that run out. It goes unchecked on Mark. He's able to get back into safety. Like taking candy from a baby. Highway robbery we just saw. Goodness gracious. Ben.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a feels bad for him. They don't have the Finget to give them the firepower that they really bank on. Nor the sustain.
Pings coming out. No one being detected just yet. Jackie, a couple of pot shots out there. Holding this freezer in front of the mirror window is pretty interesting. Frag grenade goes out, finds Pecan. Unfortunately, does not escape that. But, quick retrade from Shadow. And Juan to Souffle does mean that both members, 3 members from Dire Wolves on that defense are falling to Northern Forces with superior firepower, superior positioning, and just catching them out in positions they didn't expect to. So Harambe now trying to hold down B does mean that he's cornered on all sides and might be trying to hold down this window as best as he can, but he doesn't have to worry about anyone other than the one member over on the other side of the balcony. Harambe cornered, found, and downed. Unfortunately, not able to contribute to the rest of the team. Jackie finds one, tries to move to his teammate, but he's going to be surrounded. Harambe's out, Jackie's all by himself, and it doesn't look like he's going to make this one out alive, as he's only on 10 health. The diffuser is going down, and Racy is on the hunt to find him. He sees him through the window. He might not do anything just yet, but he might just be able to find him. No! Racy, with the headshot on the Jackie Wu, will not be able to find the diffuser or any semblance of hope. So Dire Wolves just letting this one slip inch by inch, and slowly now we have Northern Forces on match point, I should say. And look at Yiga laughing and so happy, and all of them in good spirits. And in contrast, look at Dire Wolves just not having a good time at all.
Yeah, well, Dire Wolves, they found the opening pick. We saw Souffle just run out, and the fortune favored him in that case, but unfortunately enough, it still goes to the Northern Forces' way. They're so good at really regathering themselves in those situations and turning things around when they do not have the advantage. And for them to do this on the attacking side is ever more so impressive. Call me impressed, especially by how they're playing right now. Could be overtime secured here by Dire Wolves to get this round.
Ragdoll.
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
The Finka just flopped onto the ground. Ragdoll. But here we go. Look, an amazing frag grenade coming out to find that opening kill. And I think that really set it up and set the tone. And just sort of, unlock the floodgates for Northern Forces that they pushed in. Match point now. They might be able to take this game away and actually run off with a win here against Dire Wolves.
Attackers are heading out to the bomb.
Which, by the way, would exceed everyone's predictions.
That is true. I don't think anybody predicted Northern Forces to win.
No, not at all. No one.
We'd all be happily proven wrong, I think.
Oh, absolutely. A caster does not fight cast a curse, if anything. So, while we may love to be proven, to prove that we are competent predictors, it is always a pleasant surprise.
Could be a big thing.
What isn't a surprise, though, is Jackie Wu's scoreline.
Yeah, he has been an absolute monster, right? The entire tournament, that's been true. Souffle as well has been big, but not exactly as huge and all-encompassing as we normally see from him.
But look at Northern Forces. Most of them are at 10. Yiga is the only one with a negative KD. Everybody else is like at 10 kills or 11. Like, I'm sure when we look at the round summary, we'll notice that Northern Forces are just winning these out with gunfights. We have not seen a plant go down. It has been kills and kills and kills, and maybe time for Direwolves on that defense once.
That's true. Defensive side as well. Not a single defuse is coming for them.
That's probability of winning on defense, nothing for them right now. Oh, sees the head of the enemy, but Souffle not able to connect any of the shots. The DMR will not ring true this time. Has to go back and lick his and just, you know, find sources and maybe defending it another day. Unfortunately, he's not able to pick up that kill, even as free as it was, really.
Well, let's see how they do. Northern Forces, lots of time is being bled for them. This could be overtime. This is looking actually pretty dangerous, considering it's still a 5v5. They don't really have any control. Pixel is still being held here by Jackie Wu, but he's kind of fallen on back, but it's still generally in his space. Northern Forces, the time is ticking against their favor, and this could be very dangerous. Jackie Wu playing the white stairs. Even though they recognize him being here, he still has some advantage in this position. He tries to fall back. Yiga gets that kill. He gets taken down. He gets shot, rather, from the back. Jackie Wu, he's been found right now. A very difficult position for him to be trapped in. Oh, but he still comes out on top. Yiga goes down. He could find another here. They know where he is inside that bar, but they can't deal with him. Schwan finds a kill in the shadow.
At least 3 members on each side. Pecan and Souffle find kills of their own, leaving Ray C all alone. Clayzy goes down by Souffle. And now it's all down to the Jackal, who also gets taken out, and Dire Wolves take this 6-6. We are going into overtime. And they finally get a little bit of breathing room, but it's not over just yet. Northern Forces are still on this attack for this overtime, and Dire Wolves have that home advantage. It has been a rough time on that defense, but now that they're in overtime and they finally found a round win for themselves, they might be able to pull this over the line to find a win.
Well, overtime, first one of the day. Northern Forces versus Dire Wolves, certainly looking like a banger already, but it's going to continue further. Echo here coming from Pecan. I like this pick. Very different shakeup. We haven't seen an Echo much as of recent, the past few days. So for Dire Wolves to pull that out here, it's going to be a big wrench being thrown into the spokes of Northern Forces. It might just be what they need to really decisively secure a defensive round here. Now, Northern Forces, much of the same symptoms of that previous round, the final one of regulation. They can't let their clock get really burned out. They have to come into the round knowing exactly what they want to do to be able to execute it and really not waste any time. Every second counts, especially in a game here like Rainbow Six, and that timer, that was the biggest problem we've seen on Northern Forces' attacking side.
5 seconds left before insertion. Bomb located by attackers. Attackers are heading out to use the bomb.
Couple of last touches for the defense here. This is Dire Wolves' last opportunity to take away a win. It has been very close, but it has been neck to neck, inch by inch for both teams, constantly taking rounds off each other back and forth. This time bringing around the Echo and now the Warden for the first time as well. They might be able to make something work. I don't think it was a bad choice. I think it was a really good prediction, considering that Warden should work quite well against the 4 smoke grenades and the 3 flashbangs on the attacking team. He should be, if anything, a Warden and a bulwark towards anyone trying to push in on site. So he should go to real work here with the MPX.
Well, let's see how it does work out. Considering we don't really have a Ying, it shouldn't be that big of a problem, but lots of smokes here being brought in by Northern Forces. It's going to allow him to see through all of that. No shroud over the hood. So, we have like 4 smokes to utilize, flashes as well, all mitigated, but how effective will it actually be when it comes down to it, we're going to have to see. Souffle playing that cocktail side, going to be big. Jackie Wu dangerous spot sometimes to play, but as of the moment, still one he can commit to. Oh, he's within the cigar shop on the swing. They catch out the replicator. He falls back here towards the new Balak. Has to be careful of that sky window, but it doesn't come just yet. Bin taking some damage, able to get himself back up to fighting capacity. Great shot here by Schwan.
A nice headshot into Shadow does open it up for the attacking team. A double kill for Schwan onto Jackie Wu. Takes off their top fragger. And now that only 3 members of that defense are left, it's going to come down to Souffle to make something work for them. Bin waiting as the smoke dissipates. Picks up another kill onto Harambe, but Bakan finds Bin to refrag with a headshot of his own. Schwan now pushing down the White Hall. Does have to encounter 2 more members of that defense as he tries to push through. Finds the back of one. Souffle is not exactly healthy, and he gets taken out by Clazy. There's your Warden. There goes all utility.
Wow.
And attackers win round 13 in the first go of overtime. Dire Wolves needed this, and they are slipping away already. 2 more chances for them. 1 more chance for them. They cannot make another mistake. It has to be 2 flawless rounds or nothing.
Schwan, big play, big round for him. And huge improvement here by Northern Forces in this game. Bar and Cocktail is going to be potentially our final battleground here for this map. We still have another series to go right after this land. But Northern Forces and Dire Wolves, they're taking this to the farthest extent that we could expect from them. Look at this. Bunch of Nitro cells to play with. They've got Khaleesi back on that Maestro, which we saw be very influential, especially here on this top floor hold. Those Evil Eyes get you so much value and so much sightlines on this top floor, especially if you open some of these western-facing walls, and it will allow them to really be able to have a reliable way to hamper the plant when it does come down to it. So, Pixel, once again, very important position that we are going to see being fought over a lot. We don't have a castle or a Naruni or anything of that sort to make the entrance from that cigar into the piano room much more difficult, but still, they still have a bunch of utility to work with, and once more, we see here, this time around for Northern Forces, it's going to be Schwan pulling out that Warden, which I think is still a very curious pick.
We didn't see him come into too much effect in the last round, but this time, maybe in the hands of Schwan, it might work out better. 14-7, he is a force to be reckoned with. He has had a really good time here today on day 9. But I want to put it past him. Equipped with the C4 and the MPX, he definitely has a lot available to him. Shooting out the diffuser in the nick of time. Souffle finds some little solstice in knowing that he saved himself a quick death.
Well, a quick death is its own reward. In this case, nothing really to be given away. And Dire Wolves, their attacking side, has to work out right now. 2 minutes on the clock, so they still got some time to work with. They open up the wall there into the Christmas. Can work their way in. The Hibana plus Maverick combo is what they're really banking on to make a lot of these sightlines and entrances into the site. The smokes here are going to have to be absolutely crucial, really, in the plant, but they don't have a smoke. They have instead... Wow, they started out with 8 nades. I didn't even realize that.
They want to take these kills. They need to make something happen. No kills so far, but they still have all of that available to them in a minute 30, so that's a lot of time. We've seen crazier things happen in less time available to the attacking team. It really is all about setup and then a quick, swift executes. That, of course, is not available to us just yet. Harambe is trying to get to work on that wall, and while Shadow and his teammates are holding it down, a nice swift kill onto Clazy through the wall there. A quick wall bang for your troubles, and a nice clean headshot to open up the round for the attackers.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Okay, great round here. A great pick, rather, from Souffle, but he gets traded out by Schwan. A minute left on the clock to work with. This could be the final round of Dire Wolves in this game. Otherwise, we're going to go to a decider. Jackie Wu, great find as well on that trade. Dire Wolves answering back, but they still take the round here. As what a response we just saw.
Wow.
We go again.
We're going for the final time, boys and girls. We are out here in overtime match point for our third game of the day between Northern Forces and Dire Wolves. It has only ramped up from the second game onwards, and honestly, it has been such a time. We are seeing peak Rainbow Six Siege here in Southeast Asia, and this, regardless of this being a Tier 2 tournament, it is definitely what we need to see as a region. And so, moving forward, we only hope to see more competitive plays come from both teams, and that they are going to leave today, regardless of who wins, with a lot of lessons learned and a lot of learnings. But only one will leave with a win. And Northern Forces need to take this to get into that top bracket. And Dire Wolves can't afford to lose this because they're trying to gatekeep and get up and secure a space higher in that upper bracket. Because if they lose this, it's more work for them later in order to even contest for third place.
Yeah, absolutely crucial round for them to win right now. So Northern Forces, it's really good to see these type of teams be able to stand up toe-to-toe against some of the best that you have in the entirety of like APAC South, especially in SCA. So that's a really big thing. It's part of what this whole Operation League program was geared towards, right? To have these other teams be able to really show what they've got, potentially make a good case of why they also deserve to have a shot at the top. For the moment, though, Northern Forces, really good performance in this game. Their best performance, I think, so far out of many of the matches we've seen them play here in the Operation League this season. And look at this. Many nades once more to utilize, but not as much as we saw a while ago. Dire Wolves, they're on the defensive side. And we don't see much vertical control trying to be established by the defensive side here. They are going to play all the way down towards the kitchen, which I think is a very curious site to pick for the potential final one.
Both members walking down that white hall right onto the first floor, try to hold that down. Of course, it's a 3-story map. Does mean that there's a lot of territory to cover. We barely come down here, but now that we do notice that that freezer wall is open. There's a lot of play available there, but they're not focused around that. They're using that as an opportunity to take out anyone trying to push it and maybe find a couple of frags, because that reinforced wall works both ways. It protects anyone on the inside and anyone on the outside as well.
That's what they've got to utilize for sure. Northern Forces here, they're taking their time. A minute and a half left on the clock, but they know that this is going to bleed them out ever more so painfully. They have the fuse once more, which we saw cause havoc, and that's really a big thing. Why you want some vertical control to try and mitigate some of that fuse potential, especially if you can get a pick early on, but it doesn't come. So they're going to just completely bombard this site. And Dire Wolves are going to be hard-pressed for any real playable, anchorable positions because of that.
They notice one yokai drone on the floor. Might be able to find it. Souffle moves it, rotates that one. Ray C putting down a couple of more cluster charges, trying to open that one up as well with the X-Kairos onto the hatch. And it's just a little bit more legwork before they try to catch that one out. Unfortunately, no pickups just yet.
They got
and all members still topped up and quite healthy. They did get tricked.
They tricked it, so it still remains closed. That is big.
They impacted it, right?
No, I think it's Electroclawed. They Electroclawed it. So,
the electrical tricked it. Oh,
that's huge. That denies that hatch. You're banking a lot on that hatch being the way to get in, but a double kill with the Nitro Cell comes in. What an amazing kill! Schwan able to get one. The trade here comes from Jackie Wu. 2v3. Pecan, amazing play. Not only did he deny that hatch from opening, but he got the double kill with the Nitro Cell as well. Yiga brings it down to a 2v2 right now. They can stick the plant as of the moment. Jackie Wu on the swing. He gets a kill on the Schwan. A few seconds left to work with. But on that, Jackie Wu going big. And still the Dire Wolves come out on top as the Alpha Dogs.
What an amazing game we've seen here today. A hard-fought victory going the full length to overtime match point. 8-7. Dire Wolves picked this one up off the back, and Jackie Wu finds a victory for his team in the tightest fashion possible. I cannot believe how close that was. And just look at those score lines. Those guys put in the work. These guys obviously so calm. We don't know if they were celebrating or not, but I can only imagine the sigh of relief coming off a game like that where they almost lost it. But this solidifies them on that ladder in that upper bracket. Black and blue. We saw some great Siege in that last match. how are you feeling? Because I'm hoping we see the same thing in our final match of the day.
That was a sleeper hit, really. Wouldn't have expected that to go all the way into the final round of overtime, but it did. And I'm so pleasantly surprised by it, really. The fact that Northern Forces were able to stand toe-to-toe. I almost thought at some point that they were going to win this entire darn match, but it never came to pass. Dire Wolves, man, edging it out in the end, barely. Jackie Wu going big, but so was Pecan. Double Nitro Cell kill, and denying that hatch from opening by Kaid Electroclawing it, tricking it, not Bandit tricking it, by the way. No, not Impact tricking it, nah. Electroclaw tricking, which is a bit more finicky with the timing. So look at how the rounds have gone here. No team able to get more than 3 rounds in a row. Everything going back and forth for the most part. Fortunately for the Dire Wolves, they get the final 2 in the end. When it looked so desperate for them, they're able to come out on top still.
A really tight game for both teams. Undeniably hard. You can see that while we do have a defuse and we also have a timer round, majority of it was gunfights, and majority of it came down to superior angles and just being able to wipe the enemy team before they could even react. And we saw that time and time again, round and round, over and over. What a swing left and right, honestly. This, of course, places Dire Wolves 3rd on the ladder. So prior to this, Elevate were tied for 3rd with Dire Wolves at 17 points each. Now that Dire Wolves have won this game, they are now 3rd on that ladder, and Elevate have gone from 2nd all the way to 4th.
Wow. Big jumps here in where they're positioned in the leaderboards right now. The Operation League, the gift that keeps on giving, has certainly proven to be the case here. Northern Forces, great performance. I still have to commend them for what they did. Unfortunately, could not close it out there. The team that really needed that win to get them further up in the standings. But Dire Wolves, they're at 4th. Still, great stuff being shown. As you said, Elevate down to 3, Fury up to 2. But guys, you can win as well, just as the Dire Wolves have. So if you follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel, you can enter down below in the comment section, in the Twitch chat rather. Hashtag Fight for Glory for a chance to win 600 R6 credits and the R6 Operation League SEA pin. That's going to give you some very good swag, very good bragging points as well to show off to your mates. And of course, it's going to give you just that boost in confidence. So make sure you guys join our giveaway so you can win as well.
It's always good to win more R6 credits, maybe even customize some of your attachments. Always nice thing to do. But in saying that, make sure you take a full opportunity of this. We have one more giveaway at the end of the night after our final match. But we've given away 3, and we've been doing this every single night. If you have not won yet, make sure you turn up tomorrow and then the day after. So we have 3 days this weekend. We have today, we have the tomorrow, and we've got the Sunday as well. And the following weekend, we have the same thing going on. Another 3-day weekend for you guys of Rainbow Six Siege here in Southeast Asia. But Black and Blue, we have to go to a short break before we go over into this last and final round. This last and final bout between Obsession and Champion. 2 teams that are sure to give us an explosive game, for sure. But we're going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these ads.
It's making me weaken. You and your status, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it and no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave, I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Sapphir's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going it. What? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back by Collis. 1v4 makes it a 1v3. is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Hollis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and folks far and wide, Dungeons and Dragons, we are back here with the Operation League once more. We had 3 exciting games, especially that final one that we just saw there land between the Northern Forces and Dire Wolves. But final game coming up here today is going to be a banger. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Lan, Seaton the Man, and I mean, with that banger that we just saw a while ago, right before this, as I said, with the Direwolves going up against the Gaming Gladiators, I bet our expectations are kind of through the roof right now with this next match, with Obsession going up against Champion to end the night.
I think, honestly, we have to go in with a little pinch of salt, just because we can't expect banger matches like that to always be on the table. What we can expect is that they're going to have a very good match, and then a deserving winner will come out of that. I'm lowering the standards a little bit because I just don't want to be disappointed. It is the final game of the night here on day 9, and this is one of the first few games into our second split, the second half of a split in the summer split of Operation League in 2022, and it's just a big deal for us. You know, like, we're moving in, and we only have 1 more week after this, right? We've got 2 more days on this weekend, and then after that we have our grand finals on Sunday, and it is a big thing. So, who will take this game? The stakes on the board are pretty interesting. Champion are sitting at 11 points, and, you know, Obsession at 9, so they're not far from each other. A 1 win from Obsession does supersede them over Champion. They go over and then they take that spot, but so essentially Champion can't lose, and Obsession also can't lose. But Obsession are at like this, they're like second bottom right now. They're below Northern Forces, so they also need this game. If anything, it's not necessarily gonna save them on this ladder, but it's definitely gonna keep them in a better half of this split, and maybe even put them towards the grand finals, maybe.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be, whatever the result of this final match of the day, it's going to be an incredible one once more to witness. Every single game has been a game that has been decently exciting. Even the slower paced, kind of more one-sided ones, it's also very curious to watch because we get to see the teams really separate themselves. But Champion versus Obsession, I think this is a match that will be pretty even, pretty neck and neck. But a lot of the times, a lot of the teams that we have here, in terms of if they're close in power level, especially if they are near the lower half of the leaderboard, they still sometimes go one-sided. And you look at these two teams, right? You look at what Champion have done in this tournament. You look at what Obsession have done in this tournament. And especially for Obsession, they haven't really been able to make too much noise. Now, they're not too far from Northern Forces in terms of their points, and they're only really 2 points down from Champion. So whoever takes this really has a good point of contention to push them up way up in the bracket, because let me tell you guys, the 5th, 6th, and 7th slot, they're only a difference of 1 point per that position, and that's a very small margin that these teams are fighting for. So a single great win from Obsession could catapult them directly into the 5th place.
Absolutely, and as I said before, it is a pretty big stakes match for both of them. We've seen today across all 3 matches so far, teams are shuffling around, and, you know, teams that were at the top are now quickly being placed lower and lower, because despite Gaming Gladiators having like the most points and a lot of a massive round differential between a lot of these teams, the the fact is, the rest of them are not far from each other at all. And so while Black and Blue thinks Champion's going to take this game, and I think Obsession's going to take this game, it's quite evident that people in the crowd and on broadcast are voting for Champion to actually win. So maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I have the wrong call on the table. But as you can see, Champion's roster quite competent, quite interesting to see that Solotic also has a quite positive KD despite where this team is. He's had some very good positions and some very good moments. So has Foul Obviously, you see some of his highlights in the replays and during our breaks, and that's not without warrant. They've had really good moments, and this team has potential, and as a new roster in this league, they are showing a lot of promise.
Well, promise, potential, all that we know is possible. It's going to have to actually come true for us to really be able to cement that. So the team roster we're looking up here, Obsession to start things off. You got Miller Mo, Jay Lucky, Roldini, PD Boom, and Deadpool. Some names that we've actually seen for quite a while already here in the SA scene, especially for Operation League. We know players like Roldini and Deadpool have been playing for quite a while, and Jay Lucky as well in multiple different teams. And these guys have also already played together even before this Obsession squad. Look at the KDs of either. They've got the feast stand-ins. I think Miller Mo is kind of one of them, considering how low his, statistics are. He was one of the later substitutions into that. You got PD Boom as well, who's already played as well competitively in the past, but that's the first time, really one of the few times we're seeing him here on this OBS roster.
Yeah, he's had a couple of appearances. He's had good moments, but not a lot to show, or not a lot for us to get a gauge on what he's actually capable of. It hasn't been too impressive so far, but I do know Deadpool, and I do know he's a quite competent player. He has been eager to get into the scene for quite a while, and the rest of the team is also quite competent. They just struggle a little bit against some of these more experienced rosters, and that's quite a given. But against each other, two new up-and-coming teams, I think we're going to have a good match today.
Well, Oregon to get things going. One of the more equally sided maps, actually, for in this entire Operation League. And it's been, I think personally, one of the maps that has given us some of the best quality games throughout this entire Operation League. We're looking now at, Champion versus Obsession, and the previous time that these two teams have matched up against each other, it was Obsession winning that one out quite heavily, and it also was on Oregon. So for them to take that 7-2 was a really big blow for Champion, but we have seen Champion kind of bounce back a bit compared to their earlier woes in the tournament. That was during Playday 2 once more. And once again, yeah, they're kind of bouncing back from those earlier struggles that they had in the tournament. So lately, Champion, they've been playing a bit better. They've beaten Northern Forces 7-1. They were very close to beating Elevate 8-7. So really, it's been an uphill trend for them. And I'm hoping for at least Champion's sake that means that they can finally get their revenge here versus this Obsession squad. But history, it's bound to repeat itself if gone unnoticed, and that's what Obsession are banking for here.
It's not completely over just yet. It hasn't even started, to be honest. But
yeah.
But I mean, what I'm trying to say is that Oregon is a pretty boring map. It's been played so many times.
I like it.
And across Operation League,
I like it.
Oregon, yeah, I mean, sure, but Oregon has also been played 8 times. It has the most played map in our league.
True.
It has literally a 5% differential in between winning and losing, favoring defense. So it is the most even map possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It is the most even map possible. Actually, no. Bank is the most even map possible. Bank has a 50% win rate on both sides.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Good place to put your money.
Yeah. But if you're not going to Bank, you're going to Oregon. It's essentially the same thing. A lot of that defense really does anchor around that basement for both maps, right? And they're both 3-story maps. They're both very vertical. They have a lot of similarities. But it really comes down to opening kills, taking out those roamers, and the roamers actually playing the long game for as best as they can. To great effect, of course. They have to perform well. They can't just buy time for no reason. They need to be able to take out any attacking members as soon as they can, and stay alive as long as they can as well. So I mean, that's the basics of the game, if anything. But we can only hope that we see Farlord go all the way again on this map, because he performed so well the first time he was on it. And that we got a forever clip out of that. Like that was a big clutch for Champion. But yeah, it's been a bit of a time. It's been some time since then, and he hasn't had the best of matches since. Also, Labyrinth, my man, please get a new gaming chair. Like, the upholstery. What are you doing to your upholstery, bro?
Yeah, it feels a bit violated, doesn't it?
My chair it's quivering. It's just like, don't do that to me, please. Take care of my upholstery. But
yeah,
both teams just kind of chilling right now, waiting for the game to start. Black and blue. I know that we're on opposite ends, and we're at odds with the potential outcome here. But honestly, do you think Champion's gonna take this?
I think there's a really good possibility to. A lot of times in rematch situations, the team that lost the first opening matchup, especially if it's on the exact same map, the team that lost that first matchup is going to have the benefit of knowing what to adjust and what to change to be able to really take back the revenge match, right? And that's a lot of the reason why we see many teams win their second follow-up match, even though they struggle in their opening head-to-head. And I think that is kind of what Champion do have going for themselves here. So I know most of the pack are looking at the history. Okay, Obsession, they beat Champion the last time around, but I don't think that's going to continue on true for long, especially with Champion kind of picking up the pace. Now, Lan, you talked about the similarities of maps like Bank and Oregon to each other. Well, I'll tell you one stark difference. You're not going to find any of the letters of Bank, B-A-N-K, in the entire word of Oregon. So, yeah, there's a bit of a trivia for you. I forget what it's called, but it is what it is. We're obviously taking up time here because we know that there is a lot in store, but there's also a lot to be prepared before starting the game.
That was horrible. Never do that to me again.
It's not factually wrong. So
you're okay. Yeah, you're right. They're spelt different, but
you're not gonna find a B. You're not gonna find an A, an N, or a K in the word Oregon.
You know what they do have in common though?
What?
They're both in America.
Oh, right. Where is Bank even? I don't know. Is that supposed to be Bank of America?
Oh, I'm actually assuming it's in America.
Oh, dude.
That's me being presumptuous here, but
did you just assume the maps?
I'm pretty sure it says NYPD on the outside on the cars. I'm pretty sure it says that. Like, just to my recollection. I might be wrong.
It does look like, a police car from that side of the pond. If the ocean was a pond, the Pacific. Or Atlantic, depending where you are. But for the moment, I think it's Pacific for most of us. We're all waiting. And speaking of the Pacific, let's all take a gander at the wonderful flora and fauna that encapsulates the background that is the Operation League as of the moment. Why are you laughing? What, do you have a problem with nature?
No, please continue, please. Tell me more about the palm trees that surround us. I want to know about the ecology which surrounds us.
Do palm trees... Are they the ones that give coconuts? Right? Or is that a coconut tree? I don't know. I'm getting mixed up here. It's getting quite late. And we're still waiting for this game to start. We don't have much to talk about, but we definitely have a lot to look forward to. And that means we have a lot to prepare so that everything gets going smoothly. Because we would be quite annoyed if things just suddenly cut mid-game, and I'm sure the players understand that as well. So I hope you guys do. So, before we hear any casters start the game, we're going to say... we wish we could.
Oh, honestly, I wish I could. Yeah, but it is completely understandable that we have to just wait and give these players the opportunity to be able to connect to the game for the fairest match possible, and that both teams have all opportunities to be able to compete at the highest level and on a fair playing field. So we're just sitting here, I guess. But I think we've been told that it's not gonna take too long that we had to cut to a break, but it does look like we are just gonna hold for a little bit. In general, though, I think Champion have had some good time over the last few games. They've had, I mean, like both teams have had rocky track records. It hasn't been exactly the best time for Champion, nor has it been for Obsession. Obsession, last time we saw them, they did lose to Fury 4-7. So, not exactly the closest scoreline, but also wasn't exactly the closest, the furthest game away from winning or losing. You know, it was kind of 50-50. Fury definitely were more confident on Clubhouse than Obsession were, but yeah, it's just the way the dice rolls, I suppose. In saying that, I hopefully see we see some variety in some of the bans, but what can we say? All that I do know is that when Champion roll through, and so do Obsession, we should be seeing, I believe, Champion starting on attack. So Obsession have, you know, a small percentage of a chance of a small percentage in advantage over in that defense, and so we should see a straight send downstairs, and we should see these guys come back after a short break. So we'll be back. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with technical difficulties. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as the games are up.
Let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, my break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nation, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nation, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
Can't let you go, there's no way. I'm already still burning. So hold me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning. To take my chances, to take my time. To keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting, the paradigm. No longer wishing wishing you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall. I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing you're my lucky strike. Yeah. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I've been on the run for a little while now. I can catch my breath from chasing you. So tell me when you will know what it is you want. Cause I don't wanna wait forever, no. Make up your mind, stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life. Life is way too short. The clock is ticking down. We only have one chance. Let's dance to it. Won't you make up your mind? Stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time.
Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, friends far and wide. We are here once again. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Lan, and we've got an announcement for you all. And for that, Lan, you got something to say, don't you?
Oh, you gotta throw it to me now? Wow, you're doing me dirty. Unfortunately, due to the Cosmos just having it the way it was, Obsession are short on men, and they are unfortunately gonna have to forfeit the game. That means they lose this match to Champion 0-7, and Champion take off a flawless game. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. It is how the dice rolls. I don't want to speak too much on that. Essentially, that's all there is to it. Thank you so much for everyone being here. We've had some pretty great games. To end it like this does leave it kind of like it's kind of salty for us. We wish we didn't have to, but it is the way it is, and unfortunately, Obsession are just going to tank their score just a little bit more. So it is the way it is. Really, it do be the way it is.
It do be the way
that
it
we
be.
still it do be the way it be. In saying that, we still of course have our giveaway to do, promptly so. Make sure you're following the channel. Thank you for being here so much. Thank you for supporting Southeast Asian Rainbow Six. Hashtag Fight for Glory. Make sure you check that in the chat if you haven't already. Yeah. We are doing a draw every match. And despite this not happening, we are still picking a winner for our Operation League Southeast Asian pin and 600 R6 credits.
Yeah, lots for you guys to win. And, of course, if you guys joined us, then you have a really good chance of possibly winning below. So, remember, use those hashtags down below. 600 R6 credits for the PC only, by the way, can be yours, as well as this Rainbow Six Operation League SEA pin. Can give you some great swagger for, I guess we've got moves like Jagger. But, moving on forward, guys.
Oh, no.
That's going to be the final game here of the day. We're gonna have more play days to come out here. I think this is, yes, play day number 9, so still quite of a ways to go before we really are able to find who goes where, who sits what. But we're gonna be looking at the leaderboard right up next to see exactly where these teams stand, who is at the top and who is down below. So we're just waiting for the leaderboards in just a second. But yeah, these giveaways are something that you guys hopefully can win. We've been having some very fortunate winners throughout every single day. We give away a bunch of these throughout every broadcast, so you guys, it could be your turn right here. And Lan, I apologize for giving you the bad news roll, but someone has to do it. It's been done to me in the past, and I felt like it's your turn.
Oh, so it was rite of initiation.
Yes.
I see how it is. But you know what? In saying that, it has been a pleasure to cast with you today, and it has been a pleasure to see these games unfold. The leaderboard sitting here right now, as I mentioned to you before, has been updated. Gaming Gladiators sitting up top there at 22 points. Number 1, a very strong round differential. Despite what I thought, Direwolves is still 4th. Elevate is 3rd, and Fury is actually 2nd now. So, Elevate and Direwolves still tied up for that position in 3rd, and the bottom half of the roster are not close enough. So they still have, I think, 2 weeks, including this week. I think that's about 5 more days of competition before the grand finals in 2 weeks' time. So there's still a lot of wiggle room for teams like Northern Forces and Champion to try to make it into that bottom half of that top bracket. Elevate and Direwolves are definitely fighting for their lives here. Fury's not too far off, of course. If anyone can actually make it into that top bracket from that bottom seat there, I think Champion stands a good chance. But Direwolves and Elevate, they're threading the needle here. You know, it's not very far off for them to actually get dropped out of that top bracket.
Definitely so. Unfortunately for Elevate, as their name might not suggest, they descend down to that third slot, but as you talked about, Lan, not too far from getting themselves back up. Only a single point differential between the third and fourth spot to that second placer. But now we're looking at the next play day, July 16, tomorrow. Exactly, well, maybe depending where you are, same day today. We got Obsession versus Northern Forces to start things off. You got Fury versus Gaming Gladiators, an absolute banger to be our second match. That third one, though, seems to be a stark contrast. Actually, these last two matches of the day, match 3 and 4, seem to be a bit more one-sided, but I'm pretty sure, Lan, that we will love to be as well kind of surprised by what the performances are going to be.
Anything can happen, really. Like, we never expected a lot of these things to happen. Who knows how these will unroll? You'll know what our votes are, of course. We're going to go with the numbers and the statistics, as we casters do. But definitely stick around to see if any of these teams have really upped their game since today, since they last played, of course. But in saying that, tomorrow you'll be taken on by the one and only Blue Panda, along with Proto, who'll be taking on the cast together. Should be a banger of a day. Thank you so much for being here. Unfortunately, that we are ending it a little early today, but Black and Blue, it's been quite a time here, and I will be seeing you in the near future, I suppose. But how many more broadcasts do you have on the show? Is this your last one?
I have 2 more, I believe. One next week, and then a grand finals day. Or
yes,
playoffs day. One of those.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, it's Infian Ewok that casts with me, I think, next week on Sunday, and he only has one broadcast this entire time. So for everyone that does know Mr. Ewok himself, he will be with us, but unfortunately he's only with us for one day. Thank you everyone that has been here with us on the 9th day of Operation League in Southeast Asia. It has been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you guys tomorrow here in chat. Don't miss it for more Rainbow Six, more giveaways, and more action. Good night.
Peace.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs.
Oh! And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going as what? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis. 1v4 makes it a 1v3. Is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Collis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.